family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first responders.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration.
To be a leader, speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves. But this administration stood on information that if you had as a parent, if you had as a worker, knowing you didn't have enough money saved up, and now you're standing in a food line because of the ineptitude of an administration that was unwilling to speak the truth to the American people. So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talked about
it is asking too much of the people. That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect their parents and their children.
Sorry. Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I'm Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me. For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it, absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
That one got clipped up a lot by everybody. How's everybody doing? How's everyone in chat doing today? I'm feeling ready. I don't think there's any reason to be nervous heading into this one. I mean, with Biden, it was definitely nerve-wracking. But this one, VP Kamala Harris can hold her own. My only worry is that she hasn't done a debate in a few years, right? When's the last time? Yeah, she hasn't done a debate in a few years. So, it's going to be interesting to see how she looks. But the thing is, she has refined her speaking skills over the past few years. Not her speaking skills, but I feel like her presentation skills when she holds a rally have been refined a lot over the past few years, ever since 2019, 2020. And she is really just making every step perfect. So I don't think she'll have any big slip-ups. I think she'll be fine. But how are you guys feeling? Feeling good? Where's Noah? I could get Noah in here. Let me DM Noah really quickly. Let's see if we can. I'm going to be pulling some guest hosts on, so that'd be fun. That would be fun.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's...
Let me click on this video of Kamala's debate highlights.
First of all, we have a criminal living in the White House. We need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation together. I believe I am that candidate. We have to bring justice back to America for all people, and not just for some. I spent my entire career standing mostly in a courtroom speaking 5 words, Kamala Harris for the people. And it was about all the people. We need someone on this debate stage in November who has the ability to unify the country and to win the election. The issue really is not what is the fight. The issue has to be how we're going to win. Women are not paid equal for equal work in America. We passed the Equal Pay Act in 1963, but fast forward to the year of our Lord 2019, and women are paid 80 cents on the dollar, black women 61 cents, Native American women 58 cents, Latinas 53 cents. There's a whole collection of work that I am doing that is focused on women and working women in America and the inequities and therefore the...
Okay, cool. So I think I'm going to pull Noah on stream. We're going to have a few guests. It's going to be a lot of fun. What's up, Midas Cheryl? How are you doing? A lot of people... So let me lay out how the debate's working live stream wise, which channels might be live streaming it. Yeah, we're going to pull Noah in for a bit, and then we're going to try to pull some different guests in as it goes. But yeah, so I'm not going to be live streaming during the debate, but we're doing a pre-show and a post-show. Most channels won't be live streaming during the debate. It is ABC basically said that's like a no-go, but David Pakman is known to risk it. So David Pakman is risking it for the biscuit. I'm not going to risk it. I think it's just better to do a pre-show, post-show. I've put a lot of work into this channel. I don't want to risk it.
Injustice that women in America are facing that needs to be resolved. It is no longer the case in America that people are having children in their 20s. People are having children in their 30s, often in their 40s, which means that these families and parents are often raising young children and taking care of their parents, which requires a lot of work. Many women are having to make a very difficult choice, whether they're going to leave a profession for which they have a passion to care for their family, or whether they are going to give up a paycheck that is part of what that family relies on. So 6 months paid family leave is meant to and is designed to adjust to the reality of women's lives today. When black women...
She's going to kill it. She's doing really well. This was during the primaries and the Democratic debates. I think this was in 2019, maybe early 2020. I think this one was in 2019 in particular. But what's up, everybody? What's up, Mark Bond? What's up, MeidasTouch? How you doing? We're getting Noah here. The Prophet. Yeah, I mean, the more clips I watch of VP Harris, the more confidence I have.
Are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth in America, when the sons of black women will die because of gun violence more than any other cause of death, when black women make 61 cents on the dollar as compared to all women who tragically make 80 cents on the dollar. The question has to be, where you been and what are you going to do? And do you understand who the people are? Donald Trump got punked. He has traded a photo op for nothing. He has
this is going to be so easy. I don't want to set expectations too high or anything, or I don't know, because before the Biden debate, I remember thinking like, there's no reason to be nervous, but she's going to kill it. Just watch.
Way compromised our ability to have any influence on slowing down or at least having a check and balance on North Korea's nuclear program. He has conducted foreign policy since day one, born out of a very fragile ego. Part of the strength of who we are as a nation, and therefore an extension of our ability to be secure, is not only that we have a vibrant military, but that when we walk in any room around the globe...
Okay, if she just does anything like this, if she does anything like this on stage, and Donald Trump does anything like this, oh my God. Oh my God, this one had me cracking up. Watching this clip, someone asked me what I'm drinking, an energy drink, a Celsius. This one's
If
hilarious.
you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quick.
He's just throwing out, this is what Donald Trump does. He has like a bunch of, you know those boards that radio shows use where you have all of these different catchphrases? He has all of those where it's like the biggest in the world, nobody's ever seen, the better than anybody else. And then he just basically clicked all those buttons at once on stage without tying it together in a satisfying way. And I don't know, it's weird because I've seen New York Times and different sources try to sane wash this in a way and say that he was talking about tariffs, putting tariffs on foreign nations. But number one, that doesn't even make sense because tariffs are necessarily a tax on American citizens, middle class, lower class American citizens. Necessarily, they increase the cost of goods. So it just doesn't make sense. This dude is totally BSing his way through. And, you know, he's always BSing his way through, but I think it was very transparent in this clip. It's more transparent than usual. Just this part right here cracks me up. Just listen.
You have to have it. In this country, you have to have it.
You have to have it.
But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, by taxing foreign nations.
And keep in mind, he didn't clarify which numbers he's referring to. He's just saying, when you compare those numbers to the numbers I talk about, and those numbers over there, like, what the hell is this dude
levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare. that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud.
Okay, now let's switch back real quick.
We are respected because we keep to our word, we are consistent, we speak truth, and we are loyal. What Donald Trump has done, from pulling out of the Paris Agreement to pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, to consistently turning a back on people who have stood with us in difficult times, including most recently the Kurds.
We're basically like hosting our own debate right now, switching back and forth. Like,
and all of the other things.
Dude, it's going to be so easy. And the thing is, though, something I think that VP Harris needs to stay away from, during the first debate with Biden, they kind of stuffed him full of numbers throughout the whole debate. He was going, if you look here, there's 6 million and 6 trillion. And number one, Biden's already bad with numbers, so he's already going to mess that up. But also, like, the American people just broadly don't care about numbers, I don't think. I think that they care about vibes more, which sucks, but I think VP Harris has great vibes. And if she's throwing around all these different numbers, it's not going to work. But the reason I said that is because she said in this clip, I guess this was during the Democratic primary debate, so it's different. You're reaching a different audience. But when you're talking to the broader American population, of course it's terrible that Trump pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord, but nobody's going to know what that means. So, like, I feel like you just got to go off vibes. Say, like, Trump wants to help climate change, or just simplify it, dumb it down. Because no one knows we know what the Paris Climate Accord is. Of course, countries have to keep their carbon emissions at below a certain rate, but like most people aren't going to understand.
We are consistent, we speak truth, and we are loyal. What Donald Trump has done, from pulling out of the Paris Agreement to pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, to consistently turning a back on people who have stood with us in difficult times, including most recently the Kurds. Yep. Donald Trump is the greatest threat to the national security of our nation.
She's cooking. She's so good. She's so
fortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama.
That's
who
ridiculous,
has spent full-time.
That's
who
ridiculous.
has spent full-time criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower, fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign.
And the thing that I want to point out is VP Kamala Harris has only leveled up since then. I can only imagine that interacting with world leaders, that shadowing Biden over the course of a few years levels up your skills, your ability to navigate politics and ability to talk to people. And I think that VP Harris has leveled up. I think it's apparent on the campaign trail every single day when she gives a speech or when she does an interview or when she talks to people. Just her ability to communicate has leveled up in general. So it really feels like, and Trump's ability to communicate has devolved.
That are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by.
Where do you think the fly will land this time? Probably Trump's diaper? No, I don't know.
What the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in.
And that's like the craziest part. That's the craziest takeaway from this. Let me see.
You know what? America does not want to witness a food fight. They want to know how we're going to put food on their table. Yes? I will also immediately put in place a meaningful process for reviewing the cases for asylum. I will release children from cages. I will get rid of the private detention centers. And I will ensure that this microphone that the President of the United States holds in her hand is used in a way that is about reflecting the values of our country.
We're going to get to you. Hang on. We're going to get
to stage. I would like to speak.
What was Marianne Williamson doing up there?
On the issue of race.
Senator Harris,
what I will say is that
if I could preface this, we will give you 30 seconds of this. We're going to come back to you on this again in just a moment. Go for 30 seconds.
Okay. So on the issue of race, I couldn't agree more that this is an issue that is still not being talked about truthfully and honestly. There is not a black man I know, be he a relative, a friend, or a coworker, who has not been the subject of some form of profiling or discrimination. Growing up, my sister and I had to deal with the neighbor who told us her parents couldn't play with us because we were black. And I will say also that in this campaign, we've also heard, and I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden, I do not believe you are a racist. And I agree with you when you commit yourself to the importance of finding common
Man, Biden does look a lot younger here, just a few years back, though.
ground. But I also believe, and it's personal, and I was actually it was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country.
I thought they said 30 seconds. She's going off, though. This is great.
And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate.
Someone said Biden looks so young. I wouldn't say young, but relatively, yeah. Someone said, I thought I was subscribed to you, but I just had to resubscribe. Yeah, make sure that you're subscribed to me below. Sometimes people have been saying that lately, that they just got unsubscribed for no reason. But if you compare any of these clips of VP Kamala Harris to how Donald Trump acts present day, it is so different. And something else that's really cool is that since it's debate day, we have all of these different media hits happening. So all of the worst Trump people are going on CNN, and all of the best Democrats are going on Fox News, and they're all sparring. So let me show you this. Harris senior advisor Ian Sams went on MSNBC. He also went on Fox News. We'll talk about that. But he just shreds every media appearance he makes.
President Trump is only about himself. He only talks about himself. He only talks about his own perceived slights and enemies. He only talks about who he wants to enact revenge on. He's obsessed with himself, and he's obsessed with his crowd sizes and her crowd sizes, and he doesn't know how to talk about real issues that people care about. And so I think part of what we're doing is reminding the country that is who Donald Trump is. You know, we announced earlier today some of Trump's old friend Anthony Scaramucci will be here at the debate site here in a couple hours talking exactly about this, about how Donald Trump is only out for himself and not the country. And I think that's a contrast that we'll see from the vice president on stage tonight, where she's going to be talking about her actual agenda to try to help people on the issues that matter most: high costs, bringing those down, protecting people's freedoms, including reproductive freedom. Those are the kind of things
What's up, Jack? How you doing?
She's going to be focusing on and emphasizing on stage. We'll see what President Trump does. He's already on Truth Social tweeting about my colleague Michael Tyler being on Fox News and how upset he is. And so I think some of this is maybe getting under his skin a little bit. President Trump is...
Ian Sams is a beast. Michael Cohen. By the way, this Saturday I have a show coming out with Michael Cohen on MeidasTouch. I was on his podcast, Maya Culpa.
Whatever the reason might be. And I can't figure it out. I really, truly can't. I can't figure out the message that they think that they're putting out there that is going to engender one single.
I don't understand how we got to talk
look
about
at that. An Oompa Loompa has stolen a cat and a duck, right? I mean, why don't you put this fat ass onto a bicycle with a fucking witch's hat and say, you know, I'll get you, my pretty, and your cat and your duck too. I mean,
here's a show pitch. Put Michael Cohen and 12-year-old Noah on a podcast together and see how long it takes. See how hard it is for Michael Cohen not to cuss for 1 hour. I don't think he could. Could Michael Cohen stop himself from cussing for an hour straight?
That's really what we're talking about here. This has got to be some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. First of all, he's completely orange there. So maybe like the Hulk, instead of turning green, he's turning orange. I just don't get it. Explain to me how any one person, any one Democrat, any one independent, or that 30+% of the Republican Party who has already said that under no circumstances can they vote for somebody this stupid. So how is this sort of...
Noah's coming on in a bit. He's busy right now, but he's coming on in a bit. So I just want to go back to this story that he's talking about right now. The House Judiciary Committee, or GOP, actually posted this. This is so incredibly unhinged. It's almost impressively unhinged. An AI-generated photo of Donald Trump. It says, "Protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio," because there's a rumor, it's a complete conspiracy theory, let's call it that there is a there are immigrants stealing pets. You guys have heard about it. I don't even want to give it any breathing room.
Stupidity going to get one single additional vote in a...
Michael Cohen is great. This Saturday I'll be on a show.
In a bipartisan manner, but the Democrats...
Here's Speaker of the House Mike Johnson talking about the SAVE Act. Now, I had an article pulled up about this earlier. Speaker Johnson sticks to government funding plans. So the SAVE Act, I'm pretty sure, says that illegal immigrants can't vote in elections. It's supposed to be like a mechanism to stop illegal immigrants from voting, but he's ignoring the fact that illegal immigrants already can't vote. That doesn't happen. It's illegal. Donald Trump claimed that there were millions of illegal voters in the 2016 election. And then after he was elected, he created a committee to investigate that, to see how many people illegally voted. Then he quietly disbanded that committee without ever talking about it, without ever bringing it up. And that's because he knows that he's full of BS. And his committee found nothing. I'm sure he was pressuring them, but yeah, let's watch.
In a bipartisan manner, but the Democrats here...
Someone said that duck had 3 legs. Where did that tweet just
don't want to do it. In fact, 198 House Democrats already voted against the SAVE Act, and they have no explanation as to why.
Well, I think they think that it's already against the law for undocumented immigrants, for non-citizens to vote, and they think that this is creating an election issue where there really is not any evidence of widespread undocumented immigrants voting. But let me turn to this last issue.
Well, wait, Jake. Let me
thoughts on this. Okay.
Look, I was just going to say this. It is illegal for underage persons to buy alcohol, right? But we don't let them come to the liquor store and check a box and say, I'm over 21. We ask for identification. We require ID for all sorts of transactions in society. Voting is a sacred thing. Why would we not require proof of citizenship? It doesn't matter that you have a statute that says it's illegal for non-citizens to vote.
Has anyone in this chat been able to vote with no ID whatsoever? Like, I worked the polls in 2020. It was a really long day. I had to wake up at like 3 a.m. We had to go set up all of the machines and everything. A Democrat has to pair up with a Republican the entire time, and then you stay there and you work the polls for 12, 13 hours, and then you go clean up the voting. It was like a 16-hour, 17-hour day. It was a really long day. Not one person did we let vote without them showing their ID. Like, you have to. Maybe I've heard that in California there's like alternate forms of ID, or you can, sometimes when you use absentee ballots. Yeah, but
if you're not enforcing...
Not only do you have to show your ID, but when I worked the polls in Indiana, you had to scan your ID. Everybody had to scan their ID.
If you're not enforcing it, it has no
Someone
import.
said in Minnesota, they just ask my name, but I'm sure they're still looking you up in some sort of system, too, to check you off.
And that's...
Like, if somebody came in as an illegal immigrant and they're not in any sort of system, I don't think they're going to be able to vote. It just doesn't happen.
Import. And that's all we're saying. This is common sense. The American people demand it and deserve it, and we're going to fight for it.
I think young people trying to get alcohol is a bigger problem in this country than undocumented immigrants wanting to vote. But let me ask you about the debate.
Jake? The sanctity of our elections is a big, big thing.
I think that our elections are very important. I think that there is a lot of data.
Someone said I'm able to vote with no ID in California, but I have to give my address. Yeah, exactly. You will have to give some sort of information that they will double check, that they have some mechanism to check. In Illinois, you cannot ask for ID. Interesting. I live in Chicago, but I vote in Indiana because that's where I'm registered to vote. That's where I go to college in Chicago, but I vote in Indiana. So I don't know about voting in Chicago. But I just don't think that there's no evidence. My broader point here is that there's absolutely zero evidence of immigrants voting at a widespread rate. Also, in most states, they require ID or some mechanism where you give your address, your social security number, your name.
And evidence that young people getting alcohol.
These sirens in the background, Jake Tapper needs to take care of that. Here is, one second, let me pull up this other clip. But yeah, I mean, time and time again, Republicans try to make up claims of this widespread fraud, and they just can't prove it anywhere.
Musk is doing. I mean, Robert Kennedy's a plus, Tulsi Gabbard's a plus, but somehow Elon Musk, that really sends an important message, doesn't it?
I couldn't agree more, Larry. Look, Elon Musk is a revolutionary of sorts. He's a genius. We're fortunate to have him in this country and so loyal to this country and all that it stands for. And President Trump is very fortunate to have his endorsement and his blessing. Look, the American people can see what he's done in industry after industry. One recent example is just look at what he's done to X, formerly Twitter. He went on board, fired most of the people, and the place ran more efficiently than ever. He can do that, as he has done in business after business that he has run, by getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And as you know, Larry, in the federal government.
Okay, we have a few questions. Somebody said, "Hi Adam, have you looked into a guest appearance on the Mark Thompson show?" First of all, thank you for the donation. Yeah, I would totally be down, 100%. I'll email him. I'll look into that. And then someone said, "Will you stream the debate here?" We're doing a pre-show for the next few hours where we're breaking everything down as it happens. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're also going to do what we did last time during the debate. We're going to do it in a little bit. But last time, if you remember, this kind of aged poorly, but for the Biden-Trump 2024 debate, what we did is we created a document where we went through and we predicted what they were all going to say. And, a lot of the points were hit, but you couldn't really understand it through Biden's. I was sitting there during the debate just cringing really hard with my face in my palm, so I kind of forgot about this list after. But was anyone here for the last debate when we made this list where we predicted what everyone was going to say? I was just cringing way too hard. New viewer, what is this? We just predicted what everyone was going to say. So, for example, we also tried to show their strategies. So Biden's attacks. There's some good stuff in here that never was actually used. So let's go through this. You guys were there. Fat Cat, Brian, of course, I remember you. Yeah, it was painful. So for example, let's go through this. Is the audio good? Someone said audio is lower than usual. I was there. Yeah, so you guys get it. It was really cringe during the last debate, and I wasn't able to pay attention to this. But before the last debate, we did a live stream where we went through and we predicted their lines of attack, we predicted their lines of defense, and came up with effective ways. So, for example, if Biden could have gotten Trump to say on stage that the 2020 election was stolen, of course, none of this aged poorly because Biden wasn't able to do any of this. But get Trump on stage to say that the 2020 election was stolen, then you do the whole spiel where you're like, Trump thinks everything is rigged. Trump said his court cases were rigged. He thinks the Emmys were rigged. He thinks the elections were rigged. He thinks this debate was rigged. Whoa. So it's a really good line of attack, and I think VP Harris could land that punch better. You guys see where I'm going with that, right? I think VP Harris could land that exact same punch in a way that Biden just wasn't able to.
Great her public schools, and she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
That was really good.
I was actually it was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but...
Super Best Friend said, "Love the show, man. Thank you." Really quickly, let me read some of these chats. Brian Schlito, what's up? Will Harris have a gotcha moment tonight? She should. It shouldn't be hard to trap Trump in gotcha moments. We can go through some of the ones we had written out. Black House said, "You're doing God's work." Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the donation. 5 Adam Mockler memberships. Thank you. That is amazing. We did start the memberships. Also, if you're watching, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. People think they're subscribed, but they're not. It's a really weird glitch that happens sometimes. But let's go back to this broader list. Bring up the Raffensperger phone call. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. It's just such a good... It's interesting because most Americans don't really know about the Raffensperger phone call, so you kind of have to introduce them to that. You have to look at the camera and be like, this man tried to leverage his position as the president to illegally pressure election officials into finding votes. Look up the Raffensperger phone call. She should say that to the camera. Kay in Vegas, thank you so much for the donation. That means more than you know. You do excellent work. Thank you. I only do it for you guys. So, I just think bring up the Raffensperger phone call. Bring some awareness to that. It's just such an easy, gotcha moment. Again, get Trump to say on stage that the 2020 election was rigged, and then after that, hammer home. Hey, Trump thinks everything is rigged. Trump thinks Judge Merchan's daughter is rigged, which doesn't even make sense. Trump thinks the courts, the debates, everything in this world is rigged. It's just really good. Get Donald Trump to admit on stage he wants to eliminate the Department of Education. Miss Please Girl said she's going to cook his ass. Yeah, I see that too. Thank you so much. PF Dennis, you are a G. Thank you so much. Henrik Rickman. You guys are all amazing. This pre-debate energy. So, I was saying, Kamala needs to get Trump to admit on stage he wants to eliminate the Department of Education, and then Kamala needs to highlight the exact consequences of closing the Department of Education. Explain to all of the families watching how that will affect their children. So we laid out this list last time with the help of you guys. You guys came up with half of the stuff on this list. Number one, this would disproportionately impact low-income students who just don't have the resources at home and rely on school systems. And if you cut their funding, it inherently denies students access to updated curriculum and technology, right? And then you see teacher layoffs, and then salary cuts for teachers, a decline in educational quality, because if you're leaving it up to the states, essentially, if you're leaving education up to the states, it leaves each state open to taking the most extreme measures. You guys already know what I'm going to say. Arizona went back to 1864 when they left abortion up to the states. So why wouldn't the same thing happen with red states who want to sort of strip away the teachings of Black American history, which is a really important class. That was one of my favorite classes in college, Black American history. Make America a less competitive nation on the global stage. This one's important to me. I think it should be important to everybody and all Republicans. If you strip away education, or you start to eliminate the Department of Education, you make America a less competitive nation in general. Mama Gail, thank you so much for the donation. Great gift. Thank you so much. I remember this list. You guys helped with this list. And that's part of the cool, that's one of the cool parts about having a community like this. You can almost outsource the research in a way, not outsource it. You can do community research where we're all working towards a goal. So next, it'll negatively impact parents plus kids' social lives. You know, during the pandemic, going virtual was very necessary, but of course, going virtual hurt the social lives of kids who are in very fundamental years, formative years. I said President Biden needs to call Donald Trump a convicted felon at least twice. I don't know, it happened once, but I'm not gonna lie, none of it really landed as much as it should have. It was brutal. It was brutal. Someone asked in chat this, I remember this last time, will President Trump refer to Biden, will President Biden refer to Trump as a civilly liable rapist? And I said, I don't think Biden will go that hard. He won't drop inflammatory language like that on stage, but I think I was wrong. Didn't Biden say something to that effect? Can anyone remember what Biden exactly said? It was something like that. And yeah, wait, we're going to start a new one for Kamala. Most of the stuff we can just copy over, but a lot of the stuff is new. Let's ask some primer questions. Will Kamala, oops, sorry. It didn't hit because he stumbled. He stumbled, and, you know, it wasn't even the stumbling. I can get over the stumbling because Biden has a stutter. I think it was his voice. I remember when he walked on stage, I immediately, the second I heard his voice being really hoarse, that's the moment I knew this is bad. This is really bad. It wasn't even the stumbling as much as his voice, I think. Somebody said, I love this community. It keeps me sane. I love this community so much, too. This is one of the best communities. We built a really smart, strong community, pro-democracy community. And a lot of you guys, we built it off the back of the Meidas Mighty. So most of you guys will be Meidas Mighty. But in general, I love everybody here because we always are doing some great research. So let me ask you guys, will Trump call VP Harris Comrade Kamala on stage? Let me know in chat. Type yes or no. What's up, the Dragon's Den? What's up, Danita Hamilton? Curious Nerd, Misfires, Lemon Fresh. Yes, Jeremy says yes. Tony Starks. Yes. Yes. But, like, that's not going to land. I feel like if I were Trump's advisors, we have reports that Trump's advisors generally try to reel him in. If I were Trump's advisors, I would tell him not to do that. I don't think that would land. Trying to paint, because that gives Kamala Harris doing this gives Kamala Harris. It pisses me off when people say her name wrong. Kamala Harris, that pisses me off. This gives Kamala Harris So someone in chat said, of course Donald Trump will call Kamala Harris Comrade Kamala. And something that I say all the time is this name works so much better if you say Kamala's name right, because then it gives an alliterative first syllable. Comrade Kamala. The way he says it is terrible. Comrade Kamala. It just doesn't quite make sense. So, doing this gives Kamala Harris the perfect chance to rebut that and show the world, or at least show the country, that she's moderated her beliefs. She was never extreme, but she has moved towards the center after working with Biden for 4 years. Show the world that she's gained experience working in the White House, gained experience interfacing with world leaders, which is pretty great. Adam, stop giving him tips. Trump's not watching the stream. He wouldn't listen to, I promise you, he's going to do whatever he wants. Let's go back to our Biden-Trump debate prep. Immigration. Oh, this one's going to be so big, this debate. He's going to call Kamala the border czar. 100%. Where did my Kamala? As the borders are. It's with the C, right? I feel like I've seen it with the T too, but that's like a Russia. That's the Russian. But yeah, he's absolutely going to. And oops, didn't mean to hit the mic. This gives Kamala the perfect chance. Someone said no, he's not going to say that. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's spelled right. This gives Kamala the perfect chance to explain that Trump told Congress to nuke Langford's bill. The only thing is, though, we talked about this last time, the only problem with this that I see is, it's a really sound argument, and it is the argument that they need to go for. It is the only argument that you can give that is really, really strong. But imagine being somebody who just doesn't pay attention to politics, and you see VP Kamala Harris blaming Trump for the border problem. I just feel like it would really, and he admitted it, Trump admitted it too, it would just feel as if she's deflecting the blame if you don't know the context surrounding the situation. So Kamala needs to do it in a way where she introduces the context of the situation. She should say, even Mitch McConnell admitted. Yeah, like this is how you do it. Even Mitch McConnell admitted that you nuked the border bill. Because if you don't say something like that, it just seems as if you're deflecting. You're deflecting the blame to somebody who's not even in the White House. We know that she's not, but I'm just saying a lot of people might be missing this context. We're just trying to think about how she... Oh, Langford, my bad. Like you've never seen before, yeah. Will there be a childcare moment? I really hope there's a childcare moment where he gets asked about that. All of the media hits today have been great.
I'm very pro-choice. I'm also proud to be the most pro-life president in American history.
Yep. Tell me more about Kamala Harris's flip-flops. Listen.
I'm very pro-choice. I'm also proud to be the most pro-life president in American history.
He just says whatever he needs to say. He says whatever he needs to say. Nikki Haley looks like
in
she
the
is...
Senate. Now the question is, Pat Toomey, Dick Cheney, they all have the same story. I think Kamala Harris is an absolute nightmare, but I can't bring myself to. It's a vote for Kamala Harris. They can't find a scintilla of difference between. It's a binary choice. As a Republican, I guess you honor their decision.
I respect it. I think everybody comes.
But you're going to vote for Trump.
I'm thinking about my kids, the future of this.
Come on, she is so spineless. The thing about Nikki Haley is that I know for an absolute fact, if you got her in a one-on-one behind the scenes, she would say she hates Donald Trump. Here's an interesting story. I was covering, before my YouTube channel was bigger, I was in Iowa covering the Iowa caucuses, driving around from rally to rally. So in one day, we hit 2 Vivek Ramaswamy rallies. We hit a Nikki Haley rally. And then I believe the next day we had a Trump rally. But when I went to the Nikki Haley rally, it wasn't really a rally. It was more of a tiny event. When we hit that, I was talking to people there, and none of them really wanted to be on camera. They're not like Trump supporters where they seek attention. But I talked to these 2 blonde ladies who were really sweet. I would say that they were 30 years old, no older than 30. They were super sweet. And I was asking them, why are you voting, or why are you sticking with Nikki Haley? And they said, we're Republican leaning. We lean conservative, but we cannot stand Donald Trump. He is misogynistic, and he just is not good for the country. And I asked them, would you ever vote for Donald Trump? If Donald Trump is the nominee, which seems likely, would you vote for him? And these two Nikki Haley voters said no, they won't vote for Donald Trump. But now that Nikki Haley has endorsed Trump, maybe they've changed their mind. But these were two very sweet women who understood the threat of Donald Trump.
Next 4 years and what that means
and it
for
doesn't
America.
mean the end of democracy and a police state and a dictator on day one.
Look, we're in World War III right now. If you look at
No, we're not. We're not in World War III. Just because Russia unilaterally invaded their neighbor does not mean World War III. And just because we're in just because Israel is fending off multiple, it just doesn't make sense. The way that they throw around these apocalyptic terms. Thank you, Tom Earl, for becoming a member. You know what I need to do? I need to make sure we have membership emojis. Maybe I can make those during the debate tonight. When we come back, we can have emojis for chat, because that would have been fun to have, emojis. Thank you, KH, for the donation. We're not in World War III. No, not by any
we
measure.
can't afford 4 more years. Find me one American that says that they were better the last 4 years than the ones before it. You can't find it. So
I can tell you, most of the people who actually have any stock in this market would tell you that, actually. They would.
Listen to the silence for a second. The stock market it's hitting all-time highs. The S&P 500. Literally hitting all-time highs.
It would tell you that, actually.
They
would. And by the way, not enough Americans.
People are saying, please put volume up. Is it? Can
Own
you
stock.
not hear Nikki Haley, or can you not hear me? Which one? Someone said my portfolio is doing great. And yeah, see, the thing is, though, most Americans don't really participate in the stock market. I think it's disproportionately people who are more wealthy. So, I mean, when we think about other Americans, though, inflation does suck, but wage growth has also increased. I'm low. Let me turn this up. Is that better? Oh, you can't hear me at all?
I mean, Robert Kennedy's a plus, Tulsi Gabbard's a plus, but somehow Elon Musk, that really sends an important message, doesn't it?
I couldn't agree more, Larry. Look, Elon Musk is a revolutionary of sorts. He's a genius. We're fortunate to have him in this country and so loyal to this country and all that it stands for. And President Trump is very fortunate to have his endorsement and his blessing.
Oh, we already watched this clip. I hate this guy. I absolutely hate this guy. Let's watch a few seconds of this. I just want to see how she performs uncut. Like we watched highlights earlier, but
because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the president's decisions, and is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years. The one thing we all know about Joe, he puts it all out there. He is honest, he is forthright, but Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 14.
How do you think Trump was reacting when that fly landed on Pence during the debate? You think he was throwing ketchup in the background? Can we find that moment? The exact moment. That was such a good meme. It sucks that Mike Pence has been so rehabilitated just by the fact that he saved our country, basically. Because he is a really annoying person. But here it is.
Americans.
Wendy said, thank you for the amazing work you're doing. I'm so impressed by your insights. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I do it for you guys.
Thank you,
because of you guys.
Record unemployment, record investments in education, and we'll fight for school.
You know Trump was freaking out because what Trump cares about more than anything is our optics on TV. I was watching him doing an interview with George Stephanopoulos, and during the interview, he's in the Oval Office. Somebody coughs in the background, and he gives a glaring look. He goes, we got to restart that. He just coughed. This asshole just coughed. Let me find this. Also, let me just say, George Slopadopoulos is actually kind of a funny name. I love George Stephanopoulos so much, but that one rolls off the tongue.
They're after my financial statement, the Senate. They'd like to get my financial statement. At some point, I hope they get it.
You're going to turn it over?
No, at some point,
feel this need
all by
and financial
statement, the Senate. They'd like to get my financial statement. At some point, I hope they get it.
You're going to turn it over?
No, at some point, I might. But at some point, I hope they get it because it's a fantastic financial statement. It's a fantastic financial statement. And let's do that over. He's coughing in the middle of my answer.
Yeah.
Okay. So this clip honestly blew my mind. Just follow me here. This clip blew my mind when I watched it a few weeks back. Well, I rewatched it a few weeks back when I was just digging through some old stuff. This clip blows my mind because, number one, Trump does look visibly younger. Both Trump and Biden have aged over the past few years. Okay, but this guy is in the Oval Office. He is the president of the United States in this clip. He's doing an interview while the election is going on about 5 years ago. And during that interview, somebody coughs, one of Trump's advisors or something like that. And Donald Trump cares so much about this soundbite answer. He understands so well, not much, but he understands the media environment that he's in, that he needs a clean soundbite right here. And he says, he controls the interview. He controls the environment around him, and he says, you know what, let's redo that. I want to redo that entire thing. He's not acting like a president who's giving policy. He is acting like a straight showman in this. He is acting like a straight showman. He is playing it up for the cameras. Let me show you this one more time. It's absurd.
My financial statement, the Senate, they'd like to get my financial statement. At some point, I hope they get it. You're going to turn it over? No, at some point, I might. But at some point, I hope they get it because it's a fantastic financial statement. It's a fantastic financial statement. And let's do that over. He's coughing in the middle of my answer.
Yeah, so he's a performer. Someone said that he's a performer. So my broader point here is that when this fly landed on Mike Pence's head, I think we just proved that Donald Trump prioritizes how he looks on camera. He wants to be a showman that looks good on camera. So I know for a fact he was pissed off when Mike Pence looked like a fool.
Are respected because we keep to our word.
Also, let's listen to the content of what VP Harris is saying. I know the fly thing is really funny, but let's listen to what she's saying.
We are consistent, we speak truth, and we are loyal. What Donald Trump has done from pulling out of the...
This is the wrong debate. Whoops.
School choice for all of our members.
Thank you, Vice President.
I'd like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who has personally prosecuted everything from child...
I wonder if she saw the fly. She had to... From this angle, she definitely saw the fly and was trying not to laugh.
Sexual assault to homicide.
Every day.
Oh,
President Trump
Lord.
and I stand with you. And it is remarkable.
She's definitely looking at the fly. Look at her eyes. She's looking right at the fly. Or she looks up for a second, I swear.
President Trump and I stand with you. And it is remarkable that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans...
Oh, she saw it? She said she saw it? Let me find... I missed that. Okay. This is why I love you guys. Because it's like that crowdsourced research, or the crowd research that we do, where Kamala Harris confirms that, yes, she did notice that fly on Mike Pence's head. Everyone who watched last week's debate saw it, but no one knew for sure whether Kamala Harris saw it or not. She nodded, saying, yes, she did see it. And Maddow followed up by asking if she had any feelings or the urge to swat it away. You know, Rachel, I think that it's important we kind of find a way to move on. Okay, well, the thing is, we're a lot less mature than VP Harris because, number one, she didn't laugh. Number two, even afterwards, when she was being interviewed by Rachel Maddow, she could have easily just made so many good jokes, but she didn't.
And Democrats. Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room. And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African-American neighbors and all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done from day one, and that is improve the lives
Bro is yapping through the time.
African Americans.
Thank you, Vice
record
President
unemployment, record
Vice
investments in
President Pence, your time
education,
is
and we'll
up.
fight for school choice for all.
Why is he going still?
Thank you, Vice
I'd like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who has personally prosecuted everything from child sexual assault to homicide. I'm the only one on this stage who has prosecuted...
Can I ask you guys genuinely, what do you think about this moment right here? How do you feel about this? Should Kamala Harris do this again?
He said because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to
have to
add,
weigh
but
in
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
in.
Yep.
Yeah, let's talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the fact. Yeah, I'm about to. $400,000
He said he's
a
going
year.
to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Should she do the I'm speaking thing? I think she needs to find a twist on it, but I think she needs to do a different version of it, an updated version of it. Someone said, I love the I'm speaking moments. I think that they're good, but she needs to have a new version of it. It's the I'm speaking for me. Yes, she should do that. Should she do the I'm speaking? Someone said I didn't watch this debate. Not more than once, someone said. See, I kind of agree with the middle of the road. I think she needs to evolve it a little bit. The mic is going to be muted. True. He can't even shut his mouth during her answer. Mike punches. Don't overuse it. Yeah, I think that's true. Don't overuse it. But I think it is strong. It's strong to do. That is true that mics are muted. I don't know why that didn't click until now.
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth.
She needs to do some
If you don't mind,
some updated version of this is my entire point here. I think that if she can update this, that'd be super, super good. Kamala Harris needs to frame this election as convicted felon. Sorry, needs to frame this election as a choice between a former prosecutor versus a 34 times over convicted felon and adjudicated rapist. It's really that simple. It is really that simple. It was hard for me to spit out, but it was really that simple for real.
Court then. Let's talk about the fact. Yeah,
Stop interrupting. That might be a little bit better, or some sort of zinger. There needs to be a newer version of this, is what I'm saying. I think the I'm speaking thing may not play as well this time around if she doesn't evolve on it. That is my personal opinion. Your time is up, something like that. There's something quippier that she can hit him with that I think is an evolved version of what she did last time. Let's see.
I want to ask you, though, I don't know what Donald Trump's going to say any more than I do what Kamala Harris is going to say, but I suspect he could ask the vice president tonight. Why didn't you do any of these things you're proposing in the last 3.5 years you were in the White House?
She's not the president.
Surely you ran this line in your debate prep. Ian, how do you answer that?
Well, I guess President Trump might need to be reminded what a vice president does, which is to advise the president and to...
Some of these are really good. Some of these are bad. Stinky, I'm talking. Good one, Danina. That would be funny, but he should not say that. Not your turn. Your time is up. Yeah, the adult is speaking now. America is speaking. That might be too like virtue signaling. You're muted, champ. Oh, chump. Yeah, you're muted, champ. That'd be funny. Just scream, shut up. Yeah, yeah. Tackle him on stage. That's a good one. I think that could work.
To support and help execute the president's agenda. I don't know if President Trump would like it very much.
The brats are speaking. That'd be funny. Mockler, the Russian agent. We have a MAGA troll in chat. That is rich. That is so rich. My entire channel is me just railing against Russia, but okay.
Let's just do it.
Whoops, we watch this. Let's check out Kamala HQ. Zip it. Give him a stare. Her stare is really good. And her sass, like during that debate with Pence, her sassiness is really good too. Let me see. Where did that moment just go that I had pulled up? Her sassiness during this, okay, right at the beginning.
The president wanted people to remain calm.
Well,
yeah, she's like, I love when she gives those looks. Really good looks. She's really good at doing nonverbal communication. Silent stare, yeah, that's what I mean.
The American people can see what he's done in industry after industry. One recent example is just look at what he's done to X, formerly Twitter. He went on board, fired most of the people, and the place ran more efficiently than ever. He can do that as he has done in business after business that he has run.
This is a bad argument. This is a terrible argument. We watched this clip earlier, but I didn't actually listen to what they were saying because I was reading chat. He's saying that Donald Trump is going to cut the federal workforce and basically get rid of the bureaucracy, the deep state, and he's using Elon Musk taking over Twitter as an analog. He's saying Elon Musk took over Twitter, and he's just saying, what's that smell? Yeah, a good one. He said that Elon Musk took over Twitter, and after he cut 70% of the workforce, that Twitter was working way better. I just don't see it that way. We're going to have some guests hop on. Let's pull a friend of the show, Jack, in. And then we have Noah coming up, y'all. We're going to do some segments with some friends of the show. Noah is coming on stream very soon. Let me see. One second. Yo, what is up?
Are we, am I in? Are we
yeah,
live?
You're in. Everybody, friend of the show, Jack Cochirella. How you doing, man?
I couldn't be better. I'm excited. Yeah. There's a bit of nerves.
Yeah, the nerves are normal. The nerves are absolutely normal. Sorry, you cut out for a second. I couldn't hear you. But the nerves are absolutely normal. I think that we're in a way better position compared to the last debate. I was definitely nervous. Oh, a lot of love in chat for Jack. Hell yeah, drop some blue hearts. So the nerves are normal for sure, but I think I feel a lot more confident than last time. We were just watching some clips of VP Harris. I don't know if you were watching that, but she's really good. She's a really good debater, really succinct and concise, and she's only sharpened up her skills over the past 4 years. We were saying that you have to inherently have gained some sort of confidence or experience when you talk to all of these world leaders, when you shadow Biden. It's moderated her, and she should absolutely kill this debate.
Yeah, and I was listening in on that last little bit when you were talking about, and I saw a lot of great answers in the chat of what her response should be if Trump tries to interrupt, which was a fear of mine now that the mics are muted, if that won't be picked up. But I feel like considering the last debate and how much back and forth there was, even in the moments that there wasn't supposed to be, we'll see the camera angles of it. But I think what would be a really great response is rather than just poking his buttons, which I think Kamala Harris will do really successfully throughout the entire debate, but make that moment not about her annoyance with Donald Trump interrupting and hearing his voice, but doing some version of America's heard enough of you, or we've heard enough of you.
Yep.
Because I just feel like that resonates with the message that they're putting out more broadly. It's the thing I hear Tim Walz talking about more and more when he says, don't we just want to have a Thanksgiving, a Christmas, some family gathering when we're not dealing with the division caused by Donald Trump? Because we're not a divided country, but Donald Trump divides us. And so I think that would land really well.
It reminds me a lot of when Biden said, will you just shut up, man? I really like that, because when Biden said, will you just shut up, man, I feel like that everybody in the country felt that at that moment. They were like, I've wanted to say that so badly. So you just got to frame it as like, yeah, America wants you to shut up. That's good.
Yeah, her responding to him should not be her responding to him. It should be her responding to him on behalf of us all, because we're the ones that are tired. Position yourself as the solution to that. You don't want to get into a back and forth with Donald Trump, because if you do, no matter what, even if she comes out on top of any of those interactions, which I feel like she will for all the reasons you said, the media will just frame it as like Harris, Trump, go back and forth, Harris, Trump, angry, blah, like they won't cover it properly. So she has to be representing us, which she will up on that stage.
She needs to like put her hand out and be like, we've heard enough. America has heard enough of you, or something like that. And then after that, it's like she connects it to how, number one, he needs to shut the hell up. But number two, America has heard enough of him. Yeah, there's a lot of really good moments that, let me pull up so last time before the Biden-Trump debate, my chat and I made up this entire document where we kind of went through what we think the talking points will be. And none of it happened, for reasons that we won't speak about, but we had a lot of good stuff in here. For example, I think we talked about this too off camera or whatever, but here are some good lines of attack. If you can get Trump to say on stage that the 2020 election was stolen, you can then point out, Kamala can then point out, this is a man who thinks everything is rigged, whether it's the courts or the judge's daughter or the elections. And then that basically illustrates to the American people in real time that this man thinks everything is. She should do a Shane Gillis impression of him. That'd be so funny on stage. Some of the chat
she should get the accordion hands going.
She comes out more orange than him. We're like, what's going on here? I also said bring up the Raffensperger phone call. Get Donald Trump to admit on stage he wants to eliminate the Department of Education. What do you think? What do you want to see? You can take it off for a second. I really got to go get some water, but I'll be back.
Let's let Adam take a little bit of a break. It's well deserved. I think that there's been a lot of talk about how Donald Trump, and hey everyone, thank you for this has now become a live stream with just me. Don't worry, Adam will be back. But I think it will be important when Trump tries to ask the question of why haven't you been passing all of this legislation that you're outlining in the policy positions that you care about. One, I think the most important thing to do there is say, well, Donald, one of the reasons was you, and use that as a way to talk about one of the most important issues in this election, which is border security, and say, you blew up the bipartisan border deal. Although you have been trying to prevent good legislation from being passed, we have been working in a bipartisan fashion to pass infrastructure bills, to pass investments in chip manufacturing, to pass gun control bills in a bipartisan fashion, even though you're trying to get into the way of it. Even though you have been trying to sow division in this Congress, we have broken through that. And if as Republicans are trying to say that Kamala Harris is going to have the Biden agenda or the Biden record put on her, embrace that. Don't run away. Come from the position of strength of, oh, you want to say that I'm responsible for the Biden-Harris record? Great. We had one of the most successful administrations of the modern era. Don't run away from Donald Trump. Don't be on the defensive, and always bring it back to the ways that he is trying to divide us. I think if you do that, you come out the winner, because you position yourself as the person who is the bulwark to him. And really, that's what we want. We want this election to be a referendum on Trump, and we want it to be about change and progress.
Yep, very well said. And I could just hear him saying it on stage. I could hear him saying it. So Kamala Harris is going to say some policy, and he's going to scream across the stage, "Why didn't you get it done? Why didn't you get it done, Kamala?" He's so belligerent and annoying.
I see some. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna go down the list. What were you gonna say, real quick?
Well, I was going to say, I'm reading a little bit of the chat, and I see some people saying that she should not stay with Biden, should separate yourself from the Biden record. I agree that if I was Kamala Harris, I wouldn't get up on stage considering the perception of President Biden and say, I'm Joe Biden's vice president, and wear like a little button. I wouldn't do that. But if Donald Trump brings up the Biden-Harris record, which he inevitably will, I wouldn't get quiet and shy away. That's not coming from a position of strength. I would talk about your wins, and I would talk about the way that Trump tried to hurt your efforts to pass meaningful legislation. I think that's important. How saying, even when he's not president, he's trying to interfere with your life. Imagine what will happen when he is president.
Yep, and I think that he's totally going to launch the Comrade Kamala attack on stage. And I bet you, see, I was talking to chat earlier, and I was saying, like, honestly, I bet his advisors don't want him to do that, because it gives her a really clean opportunity to show that she's moderated after working with Biden. She's had years of experience that have, like, led up to this. But I think he's inevitably going to say it. I mean, he can't control himself. How do you respond to that if you're her, the Comrade Kamala?
It's interesting. I wonder if he'll actually use those words. I feel like that doesn't resonate at all.
It doesn't.
On nickname number 4 now. Clearly it doesn't. What I would say is, I don't know if I'd use the words like I've become more moderate, but I would say, Donald, I have worked in a bipartisan fashion in a way that you never have. But if you want to talk about someone who's extreme, since 2016, you are the one who has gotten more extreme. Let's take a look at Project 2025 and the ways that you have become more radical, the ways that you want a more radical administration. And again, flip things on him.
That is a perfect, it's almost like, not a pivot, but that is a perfect way to flip it. But I do think she should acknowledge, like, now, of course, she shouldn't say that I've moderated, but she should say, over the past 4 years, I've gained a lot of experience working in the White House, working with an experienced politician, and I now know how to reach across the aisle and how to pass legislation more so than Donald Trump ever did. And she can point to all of the stuff they've passed. I just think it's a really good opportunity to show the experience that she's gained compared to Donald Trump's lack thereof.
Absolutely.
She just has to flip it in the right, and then she needs to flip it on him and be like, you want to talk about either flip-flopping or you want to talk about extreme positions. She can flip it so easily.
I read an interesting piece this morning, and it was talking about a psychologist was breaking down the ways in which Kamala Harris should be answering questions so it doesn't feel like she's answering to Trump. And the main example that was used, obviously, fracking has become an important issue in this election, especially because of Pennsylvania. And if Donald Trump brings it up, she shouldn't respond to him saying, you want to ban fracking, by saying, I don't want to ban fracking, because it just reinforces the idea in someone's head, even if she's denying it, that she wants to ban fracking or that's a possibility. But instead, she should talk about the positive investments in clean energy that have been made and how she will use a robust energy policy to not only make sure that we're moving forward in a clean and green way, but we are preserving and growing the energy market in terms of jobs, something the Biden-Harris administration did, and so on and so on and so on. But she should never be using the exact words, in my opinion, that he directs at her, because then again, she's on the defensive. That should not be the case tonight.
And that's something I've been talking about a lot. During the DNC, I actually asked all of the politicians about this. How do you prevent Democrats from being on the defensive? Because if you look at Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016, she spent the entire campaign almost reacting to Donald Trump's nonsense, appealing to common sense and saying, hey, Donald Trump's crazy when he says this. He's crazy when he says this. And I think that Kamala Harris has really done a good job of not biting. No matter what Trump throws at her, Kamala doesn't bite back, which is really perfect. And I think, to your point, that's what she needs to do on the debate stage tonight, not bite back. Make sure that she's pivoting the answers to focus on the American people without biting on Donald Trump's stuff. So like even when he says Comrade Kamala, honestly, maybe we're overthinking it. Maybe she won't even defend herself and be like, I've actually not that. Maybe she won't be like, I've gained a lot of experience over the past few years. I think it'll be more like she'll just shut that down immediately. Because remember when Dana Bash asked her about that? How do you say it?
I think it's Dana.
People in chat, I said Dana in a video, and people were really mad at me for like, it's not Dana. It's like, it's Donna. Dana, I can't remember.
Dana?
But I think it's Dana Bash, right? Definitely. But next,
I thought it was Dana. I don't want to get in trouble with your chat, though.
Get Trump to concede on stage he wants to eliminate the Department of Education. And if Kamala can do that, then you can point out all of the consequences to working Americans. And we already went over this, but it disproportionately impacts low-income students. Dana Bash? Donna?
I'm saying Donna.
Donna Bash? I don't care. No.
We're gonna need, what is it? Is it phonics? Is that what it is? I think that's wrong. I should know more. I'm at school right now.
Yeah, for real. Let me see. When it looked like you were in school and you used to have that globe next to you. Where'd your globe go?
Oh yeah, I have this. You can't see it in the frame, but I have a little bit of empty space right here that I need to fill with something. Actually, do you know what? In the chat, anyone who watches my videos, I only have so much space right here. Should I return my globe or my Statue of Liberty? Because I couldn't take those on the plane because they're Legos without breaking, and so I was worried about transporting those because I didn't want like a million pieces falling apart. But I'm trying to figure that out. But there's more important things for us to talk about than my Legos. I'm sorry about that.
Someone said globe. She said Dana Bash. Okay, Dana Bash. But back to the debate, which starts, people are asking when it starts. It starts in less than 2 hours. So in 2 hours from now, we'll be 9 minutes into the debate. Whatever time zone you're in, it's 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central Time. So here's something that she needs to do. And this is something that we were talking about last debate. But I think, and this probably won't happen, but I'm just thinking about strategy, what I think would be really good. This is powerful stuff. Donald Trump has repeatedly said that he wants to eliminate the Department of Education. If Kamala Harris asks him on stage, do you want to eliminate the Department of Education? He has two options. He either lies and says no, and then you have all of these clip compilations of him flip-flopping, but inevitably he's going to say yes. He's going to say, yes, we need to eliminate the Department of Education, send it back to the states or whatever. And then Kamala Harris immediately needs to lay out the consequences to everyday Americans. What happens when you eliminate the Department of Education? Even by sending it back to the states, you inherently impact low-income students. You deny students access to the updated curriculum and technology that is enforced nationwide. There's a decline in educational quality, and we become a less competitive nation on the global stage when we, again, inevitably begin to lose educational quality. So it's just like Kamala Harris needs to say that in more words or less. And I get that people care more about the economy and stuff like that, of course, and immigration. But I just think that that is a really powerful thing right there, because the Department of Education being eliminated would affect millions of children across the country, tens of millions, and parents don't want that to happen. But the thing is, someone in chat asked a question, can she even directly ask him questions? Which,
I think so. I don't know why she wouldn't be able to, or at least respond.
Because there wasn't much back and forth in the last debate, was there?
There was. It was about golf.
Oh yeah, there was. Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy on my soul.
I think if Donald Trump is going to start talking about golf, then Kamala Harris can certainly ask questions of him, and I think that would be good. I think that'd be a good thing to put him on the defensive about something he can't answer. I am almost positive. If we want to start taking bets, we definitely can. I'm in that mood right now, trying to get the anxiety out. But childcare will absolutely be a question.
Oh, yeah.
What is your plan? If it's not, this will be a failure on behalf of ABC.
It is. It is.
And so I think that's the point. That's a place where she can make the contrast between them without directly talking about him. Because again, I don't want this whole debate to be Kamala Harris responding to Trump or Kamala Harris doing this Trump. I want standalone moments when it's just her. And I think her presenting a plan on childcare after he fumbles around about tariffs for about 45 minutes would be perfect. It would be a moment that is just her, and we can then go on and make the comparison.
Can I ask you guys in chat, do you think that ABC has kind of under-marketed this debate? Because maybe I'm just tweaking about it. Of course, all of the natural earned media from the negotiations between the two sides hit the news cycle, but I feel like ABC hasn't been marketing it. I haven't seen a lot about it. I remember before the Trump-Biden debate, I was driving in Chicago and I saw like a billboard for it from CNN, I think, and I haven't seen anything like that. It kind of feels like it's kind of flying under the radar. And of course, we're talking about it a lot, but the last one got, what, 58 million views, live viewers or something like that. This one might get less. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember CNN, as you can probably hear the fire truck going past. I remember CNN, it was like 11 days out, and they already had the countdown on the Chiron, where it was like 11 days.
Yeah.
And I do feel like, or maybe is it, I don't know. I don't tune into ABC that much, so it might be just that like I'm not coming across it as much, so it seems less like it. But no, I don't feel like they've marketed it as much, which seems pretty weird.
Someone said I noticed the same exact thing. Or maybe just the chatter surrounding the Biden-Trump debate was naturally higher. But
I feel like this one has been more so, don't you?
Just like, you mean the negotiation fights and stuff?
Yeah, but maybe, I wonder if that's broken through. Now we're getting into just like the real inside baseball. But I wonder if, because it felt really big to me, but I wonder if the fear that Trump had of this debate got out, or if it was something that, I don't know, the media has done such a poor job covering him with everything, this debate especially. But maybe it just didn't break through in a significant enough way.
Well, the thing is, we've talked about this before, I think, but Donald Trump kind of benefits from being on Truth Social a lot. And of course, like, we don't want him spreading those lies on Twitter. But when I ask my Trump supporter friends if they've even heard of what Donald Trump said about terminating the Constitution or all of these crazy things, they all say, like, no. They literally don't go on Truth Social. They don't check. None of it really breaks through into the mainstream. I don't even know, like, was that a headline after Trump said that on the New York Times? Like, Trump calls for termination of rules, laws, and regulations. They probably didn't even do that, honestly, and which is a total failure of the media. But, like, his Truth Social posts don't really break through. So back to the broader point, maybe his panic just hasn't really been breaking through as much. He has been posting on Twitter more, but
yeah, that's funny. And the account
maybe it's just in our minds and that it hasn't been marketed as much. I'm sure most people are talking about it and stuff like outside of this, but yeah, I just remember the Biden-Trump debate being I remember Biden posted a video where he was like, let's rumble or whatever, and then he was doing stuff leading up to it, and then we were like, oh, we were all hyped for it, and this one has some hype behind it, but it just feels different.
I feel like it's been a really quiet week. I don't know what that may be. In terms of the Truth Social thing, I know that you have another guest coming on, so I am going to...
You can stay here while we do it. You could chat with all of them. We can do a panel.
Do you know what? I might just do that. We might just do a panel then. But I wanted to say something real quick. Obviously, we do our best, Adam, myself, and you. You do a much better job of it. Speaking of which, I'm going to break some news tonight. Adam does not want to... He's too humble. It's too much humble pie going over here with this great guy. And so he was going to potentially be covering the debate. He was going to be there, but instead wanted to be with y'all, making sure he was bringing the coverage to you. I want to thank Adam, first and foremost, for bringing live updates. Going to be live streaming this whole thing. You're not going to be able to do the actual live stream because
ABC they can't. Yeah, the unnamed news organization, which is ABC, is not letting us. Yeah,
but all of that to say, if we could just give a quick drop blue hearts. Thank Adam. He's been doing such incredible coverage. I make videos and I was watching Adam's coverage before this and I was like, this is so exciting. And I was like, wait, yeah. I need to be covering it as well.
I'll drop your links in the chat. And yeah, quick inside view really quickly. I said quick twice, but I was about to be at the debate live streaming in the same way that we live streamed the Democratic National Convention. I was so close to bringing that to you guys, but it didn't end up panning out. But I'd rather be here conversing with you guys because it's great. 100% would rather be here. But if we can apply some pressure, I think we can get into the vice presidential debate maybe and live stream in the same way. That would have been sick. That would have been really cool. But
that was going to be, it's October 1st, right?
October 1st. Did they choose the date?
I think that's when it is because there's some important days around October 1st. That's all I'll say about that. But what I also wanted to say, sorry, that was a part of a broader point. I'm rambling here. I sound like Donald Trump. Actually, I'm not going to say that. That is hurtful. It's a hurtful thing to say about yourself. But what I was going to say about the Truth Social point is I think it was Lawrence O'Donnell who said, Why isn't the media ever talking about what Trump posts on Truth Social? Why is there never any coverage of that? But I feel like every day when I go on YouTube or any of the videos that I make or my friends in this community, I see nonstop coverage of what Donald Trump is posting on Truth Social. And that is incredible that obviously Adam is one of the people leading the charge on that. Your friends at MeidasTouch, just the absolute best. But it is because of y'all's support that we are able to cover this stuff and bring it out to people who really care about it. Y'all care about this important news. You pass it along to your friends, your family members. If it was not for you and sharing it, we wouldn't be here and doing this. So a big thank you to y'all. We are all equally a part of this fight to make sure that we expose his craziness, because the mainstream media is not going to do it.
Hell yeah. Jack's channel, I just dropped in the description, or not in the description, in the chat. I'll drop it a few times, but absolutely, it is all possible because of you guys. I mean, you guys kept me sane during the DNC. You guys kept me sane after the DNC. I mean, it's all been such a great community building experience. Heading into this election, you know, I was going through my live streams, and it's really interesting. Let me pull this up because it just feels like the live streams are all tentpole events, and it's kind of cool to see. So it's basically, we did my first live stream, but then it's like, pre-debate war room, so we live streamed the debate, SCOTUS immunity ruling, Trump sentence delayed, Project 2025, Trump shooting, Trump shot live. You can see over here. Oh, sorry, it's off screen right now. So like, it's all of these crazy historic events. Right here you can see in one screen, Trump shot live. We went live during that. And then we went live when Biden dropped out. And then we also went live when Tim Walz was the VP. And then during their first speech together. So it's like every single crazy event that's happened this election cycle, we've been able to cover it. And the same thing with you, Jack. Like, you have your YouTube channel all there, all cemented. So we have all this to look back on, which is great. Someone said I subscribed to Jack. Hell yeah, I dropped it again in the chat. But like, yeah, it's been a really crazy election cycle for sure. Noah is happening any second on the stream, which is going to be fun. Exciting stuff. Appreciate all the love of the chat, all the blue hearts. You guys are the best. Let's
really
check
amazing.
some clips out. Let me check to see if anything's been posted.
Absolutely.
Interestingly, because all these people are doing media hits. Let me play some of these Jessica Tarlov clips, and if you want to jump in, just let me know and I'll switch over.
This country has treated him. This guy got shot.
About him
Don't
saying
tell me he's
Jews
selfish.
are absolute fools.
Let me tell you something. Donald Trump is the only one who moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He's the only one who got the Abraham Accord.
Why aren't Jews voting for him?
Oh, I don't think I can hear the audio.
Jessica, but I know the man, and the facts rely anything you say.
Oh, can you guys hear this? If you mute your mic and turn up your phone, you can hear it. Okay. They're going off on Fox News. Let me restart this for you. They're going off on Fox News. It's only a 20-second clip.
Treated him. This guy got shot.
About him
Don't
saying
tell me
Jews
he's selfish.
are absolute fools.
Let me tell you something. Donald Trump is the only one who moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He's the only one who got the Abraham Accord.
Why aren't Jews voting for him?
I'm not going to fight with you anymore, Jessica. But I know the man, and the facts rely anything you say.
Lord have mercy. They are going crazy. Let me play this next one.
Or J.D. Vance and this Haitian immigrant story, that he's promoting this complete false lie, that Haitian legal migrants
hate them personally.
are eating. What?
And the Democrats hate Republicans. As soon as he got elected, Republicans were unfriended by all the Democrats. They wouldn't speak to us anymore. The Democrats are the party of hate. The Democrats are the party that said, he's a Russian, he's a Putin asset, he's a Russian.
They are Putin assets. They literally are Putin assets. And they literally are the party of hate. I mean, Donald Trump, I say this all the time, his entry into politics was saying that Obama wasn't born in America. He also made up similar conspiracy theories about Kamala Harris turning black, posted her birth certificate. Donald Trump is a party of hate who comes up with nicknames like Comrade Kamala. Meanwhile, Kamala hugs somebody in a spice shop, and they're like, oh, radical spice shop. Even though it is a left-leaning spice shop, but still.
Radical spice
shop. He denies everything, Judge. We talked about this. He says, seal the border and stop migrant invasion. No detail, no drop down. How are you going to do that? This might be my favorite. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Well, that sounds nice. What does that mean? We know he doesn't have a plan for lowering inflation except to ask all the heads of the agencies to come together and do it. He thinks tariffs pay for childcare. He thinks tariffs pay for everything. So when you're going to ding her repeatedly for being unserious and lacking in detail, take a look at their actual platforms and see who the person who has detail is and who the person is that is completely lacking in specificity.
And the thing is, I'm going to pull you back on screen here. The mainstream media has completely failed in covering this whole tariff proposal. So I saw that New York Times posted an article where they essentially sane-wash it, which is the new term, where they said like Donald Trump gives that 2-minute response where it's a total word salad, verbal diarrhea, and they say Donald Trump proposes new policy of increasing tariffs, therefore decreasing costs of childcare. It's like, number one, you are being so incredibly charitable if that's what you read. Number two, that is not how tariffs work. That is never how tariffs work. Tariffs necessarily, the cost of them get passed off to, I mean, it's a tax on that Americans pay. It gets passed off to middle class, lower class Americans, because when you put tariffs on imported goods, those tariffs are paid by U.S. citizens. That is how they work. You don't generate some revenue from foreign countries. You are taxing Americans, which is wild.
He doesn't know what he's it seems ridiculous to say he doesn't know what he's talking about. I just did a video on that Jessica Tarlov clip. And there's the moment where Janine, she's really lost it on this one. I said this is one of the craziest outbursts I've seen from her. But she said something to the effect of like, if Donald Trump didn't like his supporters, or like he would have run off and just like taken their money already. She says something to that effect. He has already done that.
He literally does that.
And doing that, that's literally what he's doing. Also, I might be misremembering, but this seems right. Didn't he once call his supporters like ugly, or that he didn't like how the January 6th rioters, how they looked? Didn't he was like, oh, they look gross? Like Maybe. He wasn't mad. I vividly, like, that has to be someone, if you know what I'm talking about. I feel like he like criticized their appearance instead of being like, oh, I incited an insurrection. He's like, oh, these people aren't like good looking enough for me. Like, what a horrible person. Like, we know this.
Oh my God.
What a horrible person.
Like, it kind of reminds me of when he talks about the sexual assault case. This one isn't even funny. This one's just deranged. And he goes, she wouldn't have been my first choice. Lord have mercy. It is so unhinged. It is so unhinged. And it's like,
just gross. That was like, that was hard to do a video on. That was just disgusting.
And it's just like, it's absolutely insane. That one is wild. I didn't see that Jessica Tarlov one until right now, even though it's a few hours old, but that's interesting. We saw Michael Cohen going crazy. Not going crazy, but he was cussing Trump out, which is funny.
Jessica deserves an award. I think she's starting a podcast. I will listen because it'll be easier to listen to than any appearance on Fox, even though those are fun. Those are great. Yeah. Did you see who was it? It was Michael Tyler, I believe. Yeah. Kamala Harris's communications director on Fox. He went on for, I think it was like a 5-minute hit, just talking about probably, what the vice president is going to be talking about in the debate tonight. And Trump went on this rampage.
I saw Ian Sams. Or is this a different one?
This was a different one.
Okay,
and then Trump, I always love these when Trump attacks whoever Fox brought on. One of my favorites was when Tim Walz went on Fox the first time. And this is when I was like, oh, this guy should be Kamala Harris's running mate. He was like, why are they bringing the enemy on? And it's one of those examples of when Trump tells on himself, or like the right-wing media tells on themselves, because he thinks anyone who isn't exactly aligned with everything that he believes is like an affront to him, that he has to watch them on Fox. It's like, oh, we're not propaganda. It's just whenever a Democrat is on, it is like an affront to our very principles. It's so funny.
It kind of reminds me, like, that reminds me a lot of when, that is very true, number one. And he also sometimes attacks Fox News for bringing on Democrats, which is so funny, which is what you were saying. Like, they'll bring someone on and he'll be like, Jesse Waters brought on blah, 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 the crooked. But it reminds me of during the Raffensperger phone call, if you listen to the full extended uncut thing, it's like an hour long. There's a moment in it where Raffensperger asks him, like, hey, where are you getting this information from? Can you, like, give me the news source? Is there a news source telling you this stuff? Because it might be wrong. And Trump says, I get it from Trump media. Trump media is showing me this stuff. So he's basically just pointing out this whole sphere of OAN, of, honestly, Fox News, they were pushing the lies. Yeah, they were pushing the lies for sure, really hard. I couldn't remember if that was when, well, because the thing about Fox News is they're the ones that announced the election results in like Arizona or something. And after that, all the Republicans began to, it was a mass exodus from Fox News. So I couldn't remember if they were being, but yeah, then they got sued.
Was it Brett Baer? Oh, yeah, let's do it. Also, while we're doing that, I saw a couple people saying that they were making popcorn. What is your go-to debate snack? Because I have a little specialty. I do popcorn, and then I do peanut butter M&Ms, not the peanut M&Ms, but the peanut butter M&Ms.
Oh, yeah.
That's my go-to. So if anyone has time to run to Walgreens real quick and still needs a debate snack, go with that. Drop it in the chat.
Someone said beer, wine. Anyone drinking wine? Someone said vodka. Lord have mercy. Those are some crazy snacks right there.
Sounds like a good time. I want to go to the debate at your house.
Dude, I have a tradition where I order wings before the debate. Here's a little inside scoop. So we started that in 2020 when Biden and Trump were debating. I ordered wings and I watched it, and it was so much fun. And then I did that for the last debate. I ordered wings to watch Biden and Trump debate, and by the end of the debate, the wings were untouched.
What's your go-to wing order? Are you a drum or a flat guy? This is just riveting television right here.
When my dogs are here, I have to get boneless wings because they sometimes they'll completely destroy the trash no matter how much we hide them. I'm gonna add Noah. Noah, what's up? You're currently muted, but if you unmute your mic, everyone will be able to hear you. How you doing, man? Also, if you have a webcam, let me know. But let me see if I can unmute Noah. He's still muted, but either way. Let me read some of these. Someone said salad. Someone said wings from where? It depends. Do you guys like Wingstop or B-Dubs? Or we have some local places that have really good wings. Noah will be here in just 1 second.
I'm so excited. We got a
popcorn
celebrity joining
chicken,
us.
Someone said.
Oh, popcorn chicken.
An IPA, decaf coffee. I can't read half of these right now with Noah here. Salad. Yes, someone said they just opened a beer for the debate. Cheers, cheers. Cereal. Juice. I've got a Diet Coke ready. Like Trump. I've got a button on my desk ready for a Diet Coke.
Honestly, if I'm going to be real, that's the only thing he's ever done that I respect.
That's pretty relatable, low-key.
Actually,
Diet Cokes are so
no,
fire.
I'm not going to say a button on the Resolute desk. That's a little bit disrespectful. But if I was the president, I have to cut back on my consumption of Coca-Cola because of my chronic kidney stones.
Yeah.
But
It's not respectable, but it's relatable, I would say.
Yes. That's the only thing, though.
Milano cookies, root beer, debate tacos. Someone's Midas Lisa said, don't drink Diet Coke. They have aspartame in them. Yeah, that is true.
But.
Yeah, but. Okay, Loki, back to the debate, though. Let's talk about the debate more while we're waiting for Noah to hop in here. Whenever you want to jump in, Noah, let me know. So, here is what I wrote last time. And we're going to remake this list, too. We still have a lot of time. What is it? 6:30. Okay, we're getting close. So, Project 2025. VP Kamala Harris needs to say the words Project 2025. Biden failed to do that last time, right?
Yes.
Honestly, the last debate is a blur. I think I spent half of the debate with my hands like this, just to be 100% honest. Trump's attacks. Trump is going to say, Ukraine would have never been attacked. We're on the verge of World War III. I started no new wars. And he's going to say they only attacked because we have a weak administration. That's going to be the implication there. Trump is, this was a while ago. Trump was most likely going to bring up Laken Riley and blame her death on Biden. I think he did do that. Foreign policy. This is the one. Biden can explain that when Trump was in office, he weakened our alliances. Kamala. I'm just reading the. Kamala can explain that when Trump was in office, he weakened our alliances with other members of NATO. And if Trump got back into office, he would only enable the authoritarian dictators across the globe. But no one really cares about foreign policy as much, unless you're like a Nikki Haley Republican, maybe. But most people don't really care.
That's an interesting thought experiment. Who do you think? Obviously, as broad a coalition as possible, but who do you think Kamala Harris is going into tonight trying to appeal to? Because I listened to a friend of the show, or a friend of my show, I'm sure you know him as well, Tim Miller on the Bulwark very often, and his conclusion after the DNC was Kamala Harris got up there and was speaking to moderates and Nikki Haley Republicans. Do you think that's going to be her approach on the debate stage tonight, is to have that same sort of message?
No, I don't think it's going to be Republicans in general. I don't think it's going to be Trump supporters. I think it's going to be generally undecided voters who can be swayed to be a Kamala voter, because there are a lot of people out there, and I know them personally, who would never, ever, ever vote for Trump in a million years. Like, everything he stands for is antithetical to what they believe. But they do think, let me add Noah in here, they do think that, where was I going with that? But they do think that Kamala can win them over if she just has a good appearance, which I think is 100%. So I think she needs to appeal to people who could vote blue but just haven't been mobilized yet, who are sort of undecided in a way, but
Yeah.
leaning blue, which there's a lot of people like that. She's got to win it at the margins. What's up, Noah? How you doing? You ready to chat?
Hey, how are you?
Hey!
Doing well.
Jackson here, what's up? Hey!
I'm excited. This is great. We got the biggest celebrity on Twitter, on Instagram, on it all right now.
Thank you, Jack. I've been following you since I first started with Stacey Abrams, Marcus Flowers, all of them.
I remember.
You were one of the first influencers I started following, so it's great to see you.
And now you are my favorite influencer to always come across my timeline. It's the only reason I'm on Twitter at this point, is to see.
Thank you for that. Hey, Adam, how are you?
What's up, homie? I want to ask you, how have you been feeling since the DNC? It's like a little getting the band back together.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt more energized than ever. I think the convention pushes the candidates over the edge a little bit. And I think if President Biden had just gotten past the convention, he would have done a lot better. But that's the past.
Yeah. But honestly, I'm happy with the position that we're in. It's interesting because that debate kind of changed the course of American history in a roundabout way. So, how are you feeling about the debate tonight? How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling excited. But after this interview, I'm going to head over to Georgia for Harris HQ and go to a watch party. And I was thinking this debate is going to be similar to an episode of Law and Order. I think Kamala Harris should and will continue to come after him for his criminal record, and he's going to continue to try to dodge that. But Kamala Harris is going to do everything she can to keep reminding the viewers who Donald Trump actually is.
Do you think she should drop the line, like, I know Donald Trump's type on stage? Do you think she should do that right next to her? I think that's a really strong line, right?
I think if someone were to do that to me, I'm leaving on site. So, and that's kind of our goal here. So I think that would be I think that would be a great thing.
I want to see her. Imagine she quotes Noah on stage. She's like, "So your source is trust me, bro," and Trump looks over and that'd be so funny.
That was my favorite. I think even topping that, and this is hard to do, but even topping Barack Obama's little suggestion on stage, I think is your source is trust me, bro. I can't even deliver the line because you did it so perfectly. It was the best thing to come out of the DNC.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
It was so good. And you got on Seth Meyers. And I got on there by proxy, which was cool. Did they reach out to you, or did you get a lot of clout for that?
So it's unexplainable. Like a few shows wish to go unnamed, but I can guarantee they have over 30 million subscribers on YouTube, like late night talk shows. And of course, Good Morning America, CNN, a bunch of these news people are coming to me to talk about Kamala Harris, and it gives me a great platform to promote her accomplishments and talk about the campaign. And Adam, I want to thank you for giving me that platform. Seriously, you and Harry, thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Dude, it was like the most perfect moment ever because I was rewatching the stream and everything had to line up so perfectly. So I had to see you right there, and then I pulled you to the side, and we had to be right there, or else Harry wouldn't have seen it. Harry wouldn't have saw it. And then Harry comes and grabs us, pulls us aside. We run up to Mike Lindell. Everything was just perfectly timed, and all of the pieces connected like a puzzle. So that was fun, and I missed the DNC. But let's talk a little bit about the debate tonight. Yeah. You were saying that she needs to frame it as the prosecutor versus criminal. That needs to be the through line throughout the entire debate. Keep bringing it back to that. Do you think that she should point out Donald Trump's, we were debating about this in my chat earlier, should she mention Donald Trump's sexual assault allegations or the fact that he's been found civilly liable? Do you think
so I think for obvious reasons, we couldn't do that in the past because it wasn't proven. 2020, 2016, at that point, it wasn't proven in court. Now that it's been proven in court, we legally and morally have the obligation to do that. Kamala Harris is the kind of person to want the people to know the truth, not to be condescending, but for them to actually know. There's a lot of people that don't know that. There's a lot of people that don't know the E. Jean Carroll case. There's a lot of people that don't know this stuff. And out of moral obligation, we kind of have to.
Yeah, and that's interesting because I'll throw you in here. I'll ask you a question, Jack. But it's interesting because I think that stuff hits more to broader audiences when you call him an adjudicated rapist or somebody that's been found civilly liable of sexual assault. then, I was saying this earlier, I really think she should bring up the Raffensperger phone call, because that's kind of my, personal thing. I love the Raffensperger phone call. Well, I don't love the Raffensperger phone call. I love how
it was a perfect call.
I love how it's a perfect example. In one call, you can basically take Donald Trump's entire anti-democratic authoritarian urges, and it's just distilled in one call. But I think she needs to point that out on stage. But on the other hand, a lot of people in America, also not to be condescending, they don't have the civics knowledge to understand why that call is so bad. So when you say Donald Trump leveraged his ability as the president to call election officials, they'll be like, he's the president. He has the ability to leverage that, right? So how do you think it's more effective to bring stuff up like the sexual assault rather than attacks on democracy? Do people care about attacks on democracy, or?
Thank you for saying that, because that's what I hear all over Georgia. I hear democracy. So every time I bring up democracy, they say, what's democracy? And it's also sad, because you should know that. And I also, one time I heard from someone in a barbershop, we always save democracy. When's democracy going to save me? And so I would like for them to finally understand why democracy is so important without actually having to have Donald Trump in office to take that away so they can it later. They have to know what it is first. And so I think it hits more close to home when they actually know what he did. That's why I always, before I say 34 felony counts, I say what the felony counts are, because it's very important. Very important.
Yeah, and Adam, we were talking about this earlier, how whenever Donald Trump is going to bring up the question of why didn't you accomplish all of the things that you're talking about in your campaign now? And I think it is a perfect example if we're talking about, when is democracy going to work for me? When is it going to pan out for me? Of course, we always want to protect our democracy, but I think an important thing to bring up then is Donald Trump, even while he wasn't president, even after January 6th, even the days leading up to it, of course, his attacks on our democracy, he's still trying to influence our government outside of it when he torpedoed the bipartisan border deal. Yep. He is still trying to influence your life in every little which way he possibly can to make it worse, to interfere with our government, to interfere with our democratic processes. This is just who Donald Trump is, and it will be incessant until we stop him, until we can actually work in a bipartisan way, which is something that Kamala Harris has done before.
Not to mention all of these ways that he's working outside as the president. He's not the president and he's still affecting our democracy. The Supreme Court is basically behind him, or at least some of the judges are helping him speedrun our democracy towards this dictatorship. I'm dropping Noah's Twitter in chat. Let's try to get him to, you're going for 125,000 followers?
125,000 right now.
I'm dropping it in chat. We have a few thousand watching live, so if we could hypothetically get you close.
We could just round up and call that 200,000 though, that we can get to. I don't know. I feel like we just
appreciate that. And not only is he affecting our democracy while he's out of office, he's speaking on behalf of our country during lunch with Netanyahu and Viktor Orban. Yep. What does it look like to have someone who's not in office telling Viktor Orban and Netanyahu that our country is failing?
Yeah, and the thing about Donald Trump that I've noticed is, it's not even that he calls Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping smart, because honestly, if Obama was like, yeah, Xi Jinping is a smart guy, I'd be like, yeah, Obama's just being charitable. It's the fact that Donald Trump calls Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin smart and brilliant, but then in the next breath, we'll say Justin Trudeau is like a terrible, low IQ individual. Angela Merkel, he hated. So he hates all of our liberal allies, but then he constantly praises people like Kim Jong-un. He says he gets along with Kim Jong-un better than anybody else. Can you guys hear me? Someone in chat said I can't. Someone's chat said the audio's messed up. People in chat are always trolling me. But yeah, either way, it's just Donald Trump has these authoritarian urges that are so instinctual to him. He can't talk about the Constitution without wanting to write over it. He can't talk about... I need to turn my volume up. Oh, someone said I'm good. Okay. Yeah, and bringing it back to the Supreme Court. Okay, cool. Bringing it back to the Supreme Court. That's okay. So one of my worries again is that most Americans don't have the fundamental understanding of the civics. So if Kamala Harris on stage says, "Hey, the Supreme Court is helping Donald Trump turn us into a dictatorship," most people might not even understand what that fully means. But I also think that she needs to point out Donald Trump's judges that he appointed to the Supreme Court directly led to Roe v. Wade being overturned. Many people might not understand that, which is crazy. But there's a lot of ways that Kamala Harris can kind of just educate the nation tonight.
I also think that making a case about Donald Trump's influence on the Supreme Court in the ways that he is still trying to undermine and did try to undermine President Biden and Vice President Harris should be a great way to focus on not just the policy, but the personality of it all, to say that Donald Trump has only ever cared and only ever will care about himself. Every action that he is taking is to benefit him, whether that be inside or outside of our government. And his control over his MAGA movement is a reason why he was able to. And I always continue to bring this up because I think border security is a big issue to a large swath of gettable voters still, but is the reason he was able to torpedo the bipartisan border deal. And I think that is the driving home the point of, don't we just want this guy out of our life, right? Adam and I were talking about how there should be some moment in which Kamala Harris will likely respond to Donald Trump trying to interrupt her. And we ultimately, Adam, would you agree that we came around to the best framing of that is, we've heard enough from you. And I think that's a point that can really be driven home well. That isn't necessarily the policy, that isn't necessarily the what's your record, but it's just how you feel about politics. It's just we're tired of the division. And I think talking about Donald Trump's selfishness that continues to interrupt our lives all the time, his need for attention, his need to be praised, his need to be corrupt is something that really hits home for a lot of people.
And the analog for that moment was what we were saying earlier would be Biden saying, "Can you just shut up, man?" in 2020. I think everyone in the nation felt that, and they felt like they were saying that to Trump in the moment. So Kamala needs something like that. How do you guys think that she should approach the abortion issue? Because she can't fumble the answer much worse than Biden fumbled the abortion answer. I hate to say it, but how do you guys think she should approach that? Call Donald Trump out for flip-flopping, explaining that the Supreme Court that Donald Trump crafted is the reason Roe v. Wade was overturned, call out J.D. Vance on saying wild stuff. What do you think, Noah?
I think she needs to, because in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, once-in-a-century opportunity, we have a woman for the nominee. And I think she needs to speak from that perspective. Because what we heard from President Biden is that my vice president would have trouble, or my daughters, or my granddaughter. She can say me, I, myself. She can speak for on behalf of herself, on behalf of experience. If in 1980, I would have trouble doing this, and that. And so she could speak from her own experiences. And I think that's what she should focus on. And I think she should have another I'm speaking moment like she did with Mike Pence in 2020.
Yep. That's what we were saying. She needs to have a moment where she's like, your time is over. We don't want to hear you. America is sick of hearing you. Just say something to that effect is what Jack was saying. Like that I'm speaking moment, but for America, on behalf of America. What do you think, Jack? What should be your approach to
I was actually going to ask you, what is your position? What do you think is the best way to tackle this?
Okay, so I think from a fundamental level, I think a lot of Americans, and this is going to sound condescending again, but I think they don't quite understand. They can't connect the dots between Donald Trump appointing the Supreme Court justices and Roe v. Wade being overturned. So number one, lay that groundwork. Number two, show that when Donald Trump wants to leave it up to the states, that's his plan, leave it up to the states, that leaves each state open to taking the most extreme measure, and point to Arizona, which reverted back to an 1864 law. So she could say, Donald Trump's plan would revert states back to 1864 abortion laws at a time when blah, blah, blah. And you can make it about that. There's also real life stories that she can talk about. There was a 12-year-old, maybe a 10-year-old who got raped in Ohio and had to drive over to Indiana. My ages might be a little bit off, but she just needs to point to those specific examples. She needs to really bring the point home. And I think what Noah said was really true. Speak from the point of view of being a woman who doesn't want your rights stripped away. I think there's a lot of ways. It's really Donald Trump's weak point. And any way he goes, either he's going to flip-flop on it, or if he doesn't flip-flop, that means he's taking a stance that is really pro-life. So it's kind of a lose-lose for him. She just needs to bring it home.
Yeah.
And I think that's our one deal breaker. That's America's deal breaker right there. You're infringing on our own rights. You're in our doctor's offices. There's no room for the government, my doctor, and me. So you're in there with us. You need to get out. And I think that's our 100% issue right there.
That is such good framing too, because that's how I do the pro-trans argument too, or the trans youth argument, I'm like, okay, would you, if you have a 16, 17-year-old kid, do you want Donald Trump and JD Vance stepping in between you, the doctor, maybe a board of therapists, whatever is necessary before you get this treatment or before you get an abortion? Who wants the government stepping in? So she needs to say that. That is such strong framing. That's the framing that I like. Like, she needs to look at the camera and be like, do you want Donald Trump getting in between you and your doctor? Which is, I'm basically just repeating what Noah said, but that'd be so strong.
And then she could add she could be funny and say, do you want JD Vance stealing my couch that I'm sitting on? Go ahead.
But yeah. I think that's the framing that President Obama always uses is you don't want people, your grandparents selecting your music, right? Or how you dress. You want to make sure that you have that choice, that freedom. And I think, again, it's a great opportunity to drive home the message of, one, Donald Trump is flip-flopping because we can't trust him and he's a pathological liar. And two, don't we want more freedom and less Donald Trump in our life? I think that is a point that is really going to resonate with anyone who is just tuning in. And again, make it a referendum on Donald Trump. Talk about the change that you're going to bring. If you do so, you win. I think what is important in doing so, though, and Adam, we talked about this earlier, is make sure that you're not directly responding to him all the time. But like you said, have those moments where you look into the camera. I remember President Biden did this in 2020 so much, where he would just look and like kind of bring the camera into
vote. That's what he did, yeah.
I want to talk to you right here. And I think that'd be good. I think there, as crazy as it may seem for all of us who are so locked into this, there's a lot of people who still don't know Kamala Harris all that well. And so this might be their first opportunity to really see who she is. And so to speak directly to the American people, again, I feel like, and I know I keep reiterating this point, but it's really important to me, I feel like what will be bigger than the debate itself is the way that the media covers it. And we know how much the mainstream media has failed. And so if Kamala Harris is just responding to Donald Trump and gets caught up in him, they will frame it as, oh, both of these candidates did X. Both of these candidates were bickering. But if she has those moments where she just speaks on herself, I think that's what's best.
To add on to that, yeah, it also allows him to control the entire narrative. If everything that he brings up, Kamala Harris is just responding to, then he essentially has control of the narrative. And right now we're just reiterating a lot of points for people that are just joining, but it's comparable to Hillary Clinton's campaign, where she was on the back foot the entire time trying to debunk what Trump would say over and over. Trump would throw out a nickname or a conspiracy theory, and Hillary Clinton would try to appeal to rationality and say, this is why he's wrong, and we know how that turned out. So I think the campaign style of not being reactive and being... we are the ones now putting them on their back foot by calling them weird over and over, which is really, really nice. I want to ask you, does Kamala Harris bring up the bill that Lankford shot down? Obviously, Jack, you think so. You said that that's the best way to frame it. What do you think, Noah? Does immigration bill that Donald Trump basically instructed Congress to shoot down, how do you think Kamala Harris slips that into the debate?
Okay, so someone said my audio was too loud and it wasn't leveling with y'all. Is it okay now? Is it better?
It should be good. I leveled it on my device. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
I want to hear from you more than us. So yeah, even if it is loud.
Someone's in chat always trolling, saying that something's wrong. I think we're good now, but what's up?
It's my burner.
Right.
Yeah.
This is Jack's burner. But no, seriously. So I think with the border bill, it's very, very difficult. You know, you have progressives saying that bill went too far, which I would disagree with. And then you have the conservative or centrist Democrats saying that bill is just enough. And you have to kind of meet them in the middle and say that I want a path to citizenship while also having this bill in place, this tangible bill. This bill was not harming the lives of immigrants. This bill was not a harsh bill per se. This was a common sense bill that should have been in place a long time ago. You would be surprised that these rules haven't been in place forever. And so I think we need to meet those two in the middle, because we can't just make one happy. You make the progressives happy, make the centrists mad. And we need to find a way to meet them in the middle, and we need to come up with a solution for that.
Absolutely. Do you have a YouTube channel, Noah? People are asking.
I have a YouTube channel, and I'm starting my show up today, actually. I have some content I'm going to release today. And you could find it. I'm going to type it in chat, and then...
yeah, I'll copy it, and I'll link it.
Adam, we're going to be out of business soon.
Yeah, Noah's going to be taking over. I'll bring you on my show a lot, and we can chat more and more. I think that... we've talked about this a lot, too, but I think January 6th needs to be a topic, but they need to go about it in a certain way. Because, I don't know, something I've just found out is that most Americans really don't care. The broader population don't care. We know the ins and outs of January 6th. We know the civics behind it. So, did you just type it in chat? No.
Hey, okay, I just commented with my channel. And
Okay,
I said,
bad.
hey.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
I got your channel link now.
Thank you. Content will be coming out today, but anyway.
Hell yeah. So if most Americans don't understand the civics behind January 6th or why it was bad, then of course they won't care. And that's something that we found out over the past few years, is that people don't really care about January 6th. I saw some TikTok where someone like brought up January 6th to their friend, and their friend didn't even know what that date was, which makes you think like, okay, the broader American population don't know, they don't care. But I think if Kamala Harris can really illustrate the threat to democracy point, oh, this is what she should do. This is what I had written down that Biden should do. So if she gets the chance to ask him a question on stage, you ask him, do you think the 2020 election was stolen or fair? And when he inevitably says the 2020 election was stolen, there was fraud, Kamala Harris can illustrate the point that Donald Trump thinks everything is rigged. The Emmys in 2012 were rigged against him. The court cases were rigged. The judge's daughter was somehow rigged. Also, the debates are rigged. The crowds are AI or whatever. Everything is rigged in Donald Trump's reality. So I think that's a really strong point that Kamala Harris can make on stage. And it doesn't really involve getting in the nitty gritty of the civics and why people shouldn't be pressured and stuff. It kind of just illustrates that Donald Trump is a sore loser and democracy can't function where a sore loser. So Jack, I'm going to start with you. What do you think about January 6th? If that gets brought up in the debate, how do they approach it? How does Kamala Harris hit him with that?
Well, I like exactly what you said right there. And I think another additional little bit of spice to throw on that from the left-wing spice shop. What did you say about that earlier?
The radical spices, radical spice shop.
Radical spices. They're so radical.
But you do the impression so well. Oh my goodness.
Who, Adam? or me?
That.
You have a good impression.
Quite frankly. I think that now I've lost track. Oh yes, everything about Donald Trump is about himself, right? Things are rigged against him because that's the only thing he's ever going to focus on or care about. And we're gonna get a minute away from Adam. He will be right back. Don't worry. Noah's gonna have to take over this show because I can't host alone. But everything he does, everything he says, everything is just about him. And again, it is the aren't we so tired of our lives being about Donald Trump? Don't we just want a break from his constant whining, his constant complaints? Isn't there a better way forward? And that's why I think the approach to the Kamala Harris campaign that is so much about joy is so great, because it makes the starkest contrast between the two. And I think that's what a lot of people want to see. And again, I keep talking about these moments in the debate that might be more personal because it's going to be Kamala Harris's introduction of herself to the rest of the country. But I think doing so and saying, hey, I am just tired of this guy only ever caring about himself. Can't we move forward? I think that's just going to be really important.
We can't hear you, Adam.
Oh, my bad. First of all, I really wish we could stream the debate. ABC really said we can't stream the debate because this would be a fun panel to have with the debate. But yeah, Noah, what are your thoughts on that?
So I think what Adam said earlier relates to that. Americans are tired of hearing Donald Trump talk about himself. You know, if you're running for office, and this is something that his advisors should have told him, his consultants, if he didn't lose all of them in 2020. They should have told him that you need to start saying you. I want to make it better for you. Instead of going to rallies in Michigan saying that it was rigged for me. Adam, you taught me something new. I didn't know he claimed the Emmys were rigged. I didn't know he said that.
Yeah, it was the Emmys, or was it the Oscar? I think it was the Emmys. He said
that
it
was the Emmys. It was the Emmys. Apprentice didn't win. And
he said over and over, like rigged. So it kind of illustrates a perfect point. This was 12 years ago. So it kind of shows that Donald Trump has been a sore loser for the past decade, more than a decade. So I think it's just the perfect distillation of, hey, this dude says the election is rigged. He laid the groundwork for this a decade ago.
And, you bring up that great point there that Donald Trump is all about him, and that's all he's ever said. And, his advisors, who he's openly complaining about what they're instructing him to do now. But he used to be, and I've always seen this, a lot of people perceived him as, I don't know if I can swear on this, so I'm not gonna. I'm an asshole was Donald Trump's bit, but I'm an asshole on behalf of you. But now he's just an asshole on behalf of him. Not that Donald Trump was ever fighting for anyone but himself, but that was the perception that he tried to give off, right? And he sold that at least well enough to, not win the popular vote in 2016, but but that's not the case anymore. It is just the obsession with him. And so I do, again, think that is an important point to continue to drive home, that this is a guy singularly focused on himself and distracted so much he can't focus on anything else other than his grievance and his complaints, because that's all we see him talk about.
You guys want to do something fun? Let me share my screen on Twitter, and we can scroll through the feed and see. Can you guys see this?
I can see.
Let me know if you guys can hear it when I play this Trump lowlight video. We can react to some Twitter stuff together. Can you hear that?
Oh, shake it.
I can't.
Oh my god, I got that on.
1 second, let me try to fix this.
Oh, I can now.
Oh, was it through the live stream though?
I could hear it through the live stream, yeah.
Let me see.
So it's delayed a little bit.
Oh, I got it. You guys should be able to hear this now. Oh my god. Did you see him whip that ball? Watch this hit.
Oh, shanked it. Oh my god, I got that on video.
I be riding through my old hood, but I'm in my new whip. Same old attitude, but I'm on that new shit. They say they gon' ride me. See me never do shit, cause they know that's the reason they gon'
Kamala HQ just posted this one. I feel like the audio is gonna get me copyrighted.
Y'all send some super chats Adam's way so we can make that back from the copyright.
Yeah, for real. Hold up. I have to switch tabs so I can. This is the finals tab switch, and then we can scroll through and see what's going on here. Laura Trump just did a hit on Newsmax. Let's watch this one first.
Abortion up until the moment of birth, and genital mutilation, chemical castration for children. That is big tent eugenics from Tim Walz. Say it out loud, Congressman Tom Emmer. Great to see you.
What is happening on here? She just said genital mutilation. Like, what is...
Abortion up until the moment of birth, and...
See, this is something that I've been talking about a lot lately. They have been fear-mongering the hell out of this election. So Trump gave a rally the other day. I can't remember exactly where the rally was. He's held a few. I think it was the Wisconsin one. And in it, he said back-to-back, World War III is going to start if I'm not elected. Israel will cease to exist, be destroyed if I'm not elected. He then said the stock market's going to collapse if I'm not elected. Immigrants will break into your homes. He said these all back to back, and it's like, dude, you're literally just sowing fear and distrust. Nothing new. Laura Trump says...
There's a lot of people who hear this stuff. They're going to get your kids. I just want health care.
For real.
People are saying right now.
Exactly.
And I remember I asked Trump supporters at rallies, what percent of Americans do you think are transgender? And they say like 20%, 30%. So it's like, okay, Trump is conning people into thinking 1 in 5 Americans are transgender. And it's insane fear mongering. Also,
as well.
Yeah, abortions don't happen in the 9th month or the 3rd trimester or after birth. It's just not something that happens. Unless like the mother's life is at risk. This says Laura Trump on Newsmax that the racist meme MAGA folks have a point, whether or not there is validity to their claims. Oh, she's saying that the memes that MAGA is sharing, the racist ones, have a point whether or not they're true.
And there was one allegation that somebody had eaten a cat, which has led to this onslaught. A lot of these memes have cats in them. This is a claim that, let's be honest, it might not be true. You know, it might have been from a story before. We don't really know. But it seems that maybe it's not true. But the media went berserk because this one side of this story ends up being false. Take a look.
Memes that are going around, which are really, really viral, thanks to J.D. Vance saying that Haitian migrants are eating people's pets. Everything that this suggests about racist overtones.
What in the hell is this?
The debate starts in an hour. Someone in chat asked, why is the debate starting? It's starting in an hour, right?
Let's be honest, it might not
now they're tweaking me out. Someone was like, debate starting.
Be true. You know, it might have been from a story before. We don't really know, but there are.
Someone said Trump actually thought this was going to win the election for him.
It's. Do you mind if I butt in on this real quick?
Yeah, no, I want to be talking about this stuff. I'm just trying to scroll through and see what's up on Twitter. What do you think?
So, it's funny to me because you said that Trump thinks that this is going to help him win. What's really interesting to me is it appears the big pitch for J.D. Vance is that he'd bring stuff like this to the table, right? Just like the racist online meme war. And it's funny because the guy's advocating for him, and there's a lot that we can go into with the JD Vance pick that's really interesting stuff. There was some reporting that Trump thought that like the deep state would come after him if he made someone like Marco Rubio his running mate, because the deep state wants some centrist Republican or whatever it may be. But they thought that there was great appeal. Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel, of course, Don Jr. was a big advocate for JD Vance. But this is the stuff that they're excited that he's doing now. Is that not so weird? That, of course, like they believe all the childless cat lady attacks, but I'm sure that Trump HQ is pretty annoyed with how much damage that has done to them. But weird, gross, like just racist stuff like this is why they brought JD Vance. Like that is what they envisioned for JD Vance out on the campaign trail, is to start up nonsense like this and to just post and push racist conspiracies and fearmonger and be xenophobic online. So it's just like, not only is it crazy, but it's gross that this is like the best possible outcome for JD Vance, that they're like, oh, good job, JD. You were racist online today. Like, here's a little pat on the head.
Right.
Ugh.
And it like Ted Cruz as well, not only JD Vance. Ted Cruz and a bunch of Senate Republicans are posting this. And I had someone who's helping me with social media say, hey, you quoted a parody account. And I said, no, that's Ted Cruz. They said, no, Ted Cruz would have lost his job by now. That's a parody account. And then I show them, and they say, wait, that is Ted Cruz. Why is there not consequences for this? The meme is up up right there. That is probably the craziest thing I've seen from a Senate Republican's Twitter account. That's saying a lot.
The even crazier one, let me find this.
I think now is a great time to talk about the sponsor of this episode, and that's Colin Allred, the unofficial sponsor. Please, if we can get Ted Cruz out of the Senate, if we can go support Colin Allred, that would be really great, y'all.
House Judiciary Committee. Why did I look up House GOP and we got spammed with stuff? The House Judiciary Committee tweeted this out. This is the most, you can't tweet this stuff out. This shouldn't be possible.
Yeah, that's a violation of the Hatch Act. I tweeted that yesterday, that is a violation of the Hatch Act.
That is terrible. That is absolutely insane. And this has 80 million views. Holy shit.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so I mean, this blew up, and because they were showing it in front of Congress today. But this is just, like, this can't be real. Someone said couch that.
Or is that a clear violation of the Hatch Act?
Yeah, I think so.
Because it's campaign-related imagery, yeah.
But, like, okay, so I remember, like, a year ago, let's say, people were saying AI is progressing rapidly. I feel like in a few election cycles from now, AI is going to be used to interfere with the election. But now we genuinely have Elon Musk, who bought Twitter. Elon Musk bought Twitter, and then he disabled fact checks on his own accounts. And then after doing that, he starts spreading AI videos. It's insane.
Yeah, it really is. It's just a way to push propaganda. And it's so funny, there's always been pushback, and Adam, I think you deal with this a little bit more than the average cat, referencing the cats here. But it's so funny that like all of this is, Elon is clearly pushing Russian propaganda. This is what Republicans have done. So it was always like, oh, you're being ridiculous. That's not true. And now we learn what we believed and what we were saying, what we knew to be true, was of course true. That this is just like Russian propaganda that they're pushing.
It's insane to me. And also, you know how people are, so there have been a few claims over the past few months. There was someone said Venezuelan immigrants were taking over that apartment complex. That was directly spread by Russian bots online. And I think this is as well. But I mean, this is just insane to me. The House Judiciary, GOP, is posting AI generated images to just millions of people. And it's like, and in doing so, they're spreading racist memes, racist disinformation.
And this is their message. I've talked about this a lot on my show, is that it goes to show how panicked they are, that this is the message that they have now, that they're on nickname number 4 for Kamala Harris. Adam, we talked about this earlier in the show, but they can't find anything that they want to talk about. We were talking earlier, like, has the ABC debate that this is even happening, has that broken through? And who is having their mind changed by an AI-generated picture of Donald Trump and some cats, right? This is just for them to be racist and have fun online. Also, didn't the guy who runs the cat turd account, didn't he like accidentally
run over a dog? Yeah, which is absolutely insane. That's so sad. He like killed a dog and he's like, oh, they're coming for your animals. They're already saying it's rigged. The host of tonight's presidential debate is Kamala Harris's best friend. They're already saying it's rigged. Ron Filipkowski said there are hundreds of articles and stories all over national and local media nationwide about how the Trump campaign and his surrogates spread a racist hoax about how migrants and pets on the very online right in their echo chamber actually thinks they're helping them. I might have read that wrong, but I'm trying to read chat too. But essentially, yeah, it's just insane to me that the Trump campaign is spreading this stuff. The New York Times versus reality. I love when people do this. J.D. Vance appears to backtrack on false claim about Haitian immigrants or migrants in Ohio. But look, he didn't even backtrack. He doubled down. He said, of course, it's possible that all these rumors will turn out to be false. But in short, don't let the crybabies in the media dissuade you. Keep the cat memes flowing. So he's essentially saying, keep spreading. He's not backtracking whatever at all whatsoever.
He's the worst. Can't stand J.D. Vance.
Really bad pick. Really, really like impressively bad pick from Donald Trump, to be honest.
If Donald Trump, so if something were to happen to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance became the running mate, then he would poll at 30. Well, he is polling at 39% as of now.
Yeah, he would be. He's historically unpopular. Isn't he more unpopular than Sarah Palin? And that's like really hard to do.
Sarah Palin, I think, did have a favorable view of her.
Heading into it.
Most unpopular, coming out of their convention, most unpopular vice presidential or running mate selection. And J.D. Vance still beat that.
Yeah, for real.
Still couldn't find a way. Okay, so let's play this game. And the people and everyone in the chat, let me know. What is the first question that is asked tonight? Who is asked the first question? And then what is that first question? Because I think that, we talk about Kamala Harris. Should she run away from the Biden record? How attached should she be to it? I feel like the first question is going to be directed at Kamala Harris. It is going to be, how are you prepared? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I think it's going to be some amount of what's changed? What's new? How are you different? How are you prepared? What do you think, Adam?
I think they generally lead off with the economy. And maybe I'm just basing that off the last debate, but I think the reason they do that is because most people watch these debates for the first 15 to 30 minutes, if you look at the retention stats. And I think that because of that, they try to lead off with the topics that most people care about. So the economy, I believe that was the first question they asked Biden about. So there's outrage, and all they have is fear because they don't have actual policies. Who cares that she's short? Yeah, that's my entire point here. It's just like they're Trump's random Chick-fil-A customer getting mic'd up for the debate. Man, I wish I was there, though. I should be there. They're already calling it rigged. Let's see what's going on over here in the news world. Gavin Newsom's doing some hits.
Not only unhinged, but he's derivative of himself. I find him incredibly...
Wait, what does that mean, derivative of himself?
He's boring. And this, I may get in trouble, particularly with this audience. 5 or 6 years ago, you'd tune in, maybe for the train wreck, the clown show, but there was some entertainment value. I mean, you've been watching some of his speeches. It's monotone. He's boring across the board. Even in his audiences, you see people paying attention not to the speech, to themselves, walking out early.
Looking at their clocks.
He's lost his step. And what happened, look, what I think will happen tonight, I expect, if she's successful, he'll start off that old Trump, perhaps in that last debate, and try to be the new Trump. Again, he's the one guy universally graded on the curve. He's, in his little pity party, he's the victim. He's always been the victim. But there'll be a point where he gets off his game. These are two, not only
Yep, absolutely. He will get off his game. Kamala Harris will knock him off his game much easier, I think. Here's another quote.
He's thin-skinned. He's weakness masquerading as strength. And this is a fragile guy. He's a broken person. I mean, really is. And as a consequence of that, he's incredibly vulnerable to reverting to who he really is, which is someone that doesn't necessarily feel worthy and is trying to overcompensate. And I think that's easily exploited. He's easily manipulated, and he's easy and prone to get off message. And I think that's why I think she has the opportunity to be particularly effective tonight, because I don't think she's going to be timid. I don't think she's going to overdo it, but I think she will take that prosecutorial mindset. And I'll tell you what, Kamala Harris will show up tonight, not Kamala.
Yeah.
I think this is also about dignity. It's also about respect, and she's going to demand it on stage. And if he doesn't provide it, he may regret that.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to bait her so hard. So Donald Trump is going to very intentionally be mispronouncing Kamala's name, which honestly, I think that every time he says it, he's like forcing himself to mispronounce it. It rolls off the tongue so much easier when you just say Kamala, right? But I think that he's going to try to bait her with that. Obviously, she won't bite. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what tactics Kamala has to bait him. Because I was seeing some people say that she shouldn't stoop to his level. She shouldn't try to bait him at all. But I think baiting him could be good. He's easily baitable. This article says what to look out for at this debate. Kamala Harris on Tuesday night faces a task unprecedented in modern political history. On the debate stage, she will deliver both an opening argument to the millions of voters who want to know more about her and a closing argument for her candidacy and against Donald Trump's as their lightning campaign enters its final 8 weeks. Is that true? She has the opening and closing argument? The former president will also find himself in uncharted waters. After skipping the Republican primary debates, Trump will now square off with his second Democratic rival in as many outings. But unlike President Joe Biden, whose campaign imploded on stage, Harris presents a vastly different challenge. Yep, she uses trigger words. She needs to not react to that BS. Yeah, she's not going to react to the name calling, but she needs to have a way where she baits him back. Just closing? There aren't opening statements? Okay. I might have misread this, but it said, oh, maybe they're saying that she's delivering her opening argument on the world stage or the national stage. Okay, I was misreading. I was taking that too literally. Harris has so far enjoyed a charmed campaign. She pounced on the nomination after Biden dropped out, then surged in the polls and fundraising. Will Harris deliver the policy message voters say they want to hear? Harris has been a vice president for nearly 4 years and spent the same amount of time before that on Capitol Hill as California's junior senator. She ran for the 2020 Democratic presidential nomination. Still, 28% of likely voters in a recent New York Times Siena College poll said they needed to know more about her. For Trump, the figure was 9. Only 9% of voters. So a lot of voters need to know more about Kamala Harris. And something I saw on TikTok that was funny, some girl posted a video and she was like, my boyfriend just asked me if I've ever seen the Coconut Lady ever. And by Coconut Lady, he meant the Vice President of the United States. So it's interesting because a lot of people don't even know who Kamala Harris is beyond just being the Coconut Lady, which is interesting. The economy is a stickier wicket. Her campaign has so far sought to stay close to what the Biden administration has been preaching while at the same time injecting it with a populist freshness that excites Democrats and wins over skeptical, undecided voters. Also, make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler channel. A lot of people think they're subscribed. They think they're subscribed to my channel, but they're not. You got to scroll down and click this button because some people were asking me where to subscribe. But where did that article just go? The second Harris presidential campaign has offered a significant correction of the first, an uneven primary bid that flamed out before a vote was cast. And yeah, people are asking which Trump shows up. Is it going to be the one from the first Biden debate where he's acting belligerent and crazy, or is it going to be the Trump from the last debate where he kind of reeled it in?
You know what? America does not want to witness.
15 minutes until the debate. What do you guys think in chat? Say yes if you think I should stay live and chat with you guys during the debate, even if I have to do it like this, where we're just chatting, or should I just black screen it, hop off, and come back after? What do you guys think? Yes if I should stay, no if I should leave. And by staying, I'll be here with you guys, right here. Stream it, stay in here. Okay. But do you guys still say yes, considering the fact that I won't be able to show you guys the debate on stream? So it'll be like this. I won't be able to show you guys the debate. It'll just be us chilling. Is it still yes? I just have to react to it. Yeah. You guys can either double screen it. No. Some people are saying no. Nah. Yeah, you can watch it alone if you want. I'm just trying to decide, is it better to fact check it live and try to react to it with you guys? Or, yeah, I don't know. Show the debate and come back after. I can't show the debate on screen. Let me run one poll for you guys. Let me ask you guys in a poll, just so I kind of lost track of the. Before you guys vote, staying means I stay like this with no debate, because my channel will get struck, and I like my channel too much. I don't want it to get struck down. Vote, 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 baby, vote. Have you guys heard that song? It's just saying vote. Vote, baby, vote. Just stay, Mockler? Okay, I'll stay. And here's the thing. If you guys want to dip, feel free to dip and then come back on commercial breaks. That's what people like to do. When there's a commercial break, we're usually going to be recapping what just happened. So that's going to be crazy. I wish I could show it to you guys, but I can't. Because, yeah, my channel will get struck down. I think... Yeah, it's gonna
I don't like that.
Let's watch this really quickly.
I'm the only one.
Oops, no, this
The
one.
Paris Agreement, to pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, to consistently turning a back on people who have stood with us in difficult times, including most recently the Kurds. Donald Trump is the greatest threat to the national security of our nation. It's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for president of the United States, who during the Obama...
Someone said, "Are you nervous? I have anxiety." Someone said, "Are you nervous? I'm nervous." Not really right now. Thank you so much for the donation, Wayne Damron. I'm sorry if I missed your guys' donations during the Noah Jack section. I was trying to chat with them at the same time. I was trying to keep track of everything, but I might have missed one or two, which I feel bad about. Yeah, I'm going to stay on, I guess. I'm going to stay on for sure. I'm going to pull the debate up on another screen right now. I can't believe it's happening in just a few minutes. Lord have mercy. In 10 minutes, they take the debate stage. Lord have mercy on my soul. This is going to be wild. Yeah, I wouldn't risk it by streaming the debate. 10 minutes. Yo, ABC has the counter up, and there's 10 minutes until the debate. We can keep this counter up. Oh, thank you for thanking people, Midas Cheryl. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of it all. Especially at the DNC, it was like that too. It's about to happen, y'all. It's about to happen. Nancy Mace posted another AI image. It's just so disgusting. John Favreau said, "How we all feeling?" from Pod Save America. I want to ask you guys that. How you all feeling? Anxious and excited, someone said. Feeling anxious. What is your guys' treat? What are you guys sipping on? What are you guys eating before this? Last time we asked this question, it was right when Noah joined, and half of you effers in chat were like, "I'm smoking up a joint, a bowl." And how am I supposed to read that out when Noah's in the room with us, you know? I'm supposed to... Someone said, "Need my popcorn." Nervous, excited, hyped up, green tea, nachos, coffee. Someone said some weed and some vodka. Beer, ice cream, Panda Express. That sounds so good. Why are you guys drinking iced coffee this late? Damn, y'all. A cocktail. That sounds fun. Some wine, yogurt and tonic water, weed and gin. Iced tea. That sounds good. Let's keep going through this.
The debate, and then tomorrow I'm doing 9/11. I spoke to the vice...
That's a funny clip, though. Biden's doing a 9/11 event tomorrow, and he said, "Tomorrow I'm doing 9/11, then it went viral. Obviously, it was cut off. That's just funny, though. Please tell me he didn't actually post this. Please tell me Trump did not actually... No shot he actually just posted this. No, what is this guy up to? Lord have mercy. This cannot be real.
American lives. And
really quickly, watch Kamala debating from last election cycle. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water, and then we're gonna start it.
Senator Harris, first of all, we have a criminal living in the White House. We need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation together. I believe I am that candidate. We have to bring justice back to America for all people, and not just for some. I spent my entire career standing mostly in a courtroom speaking 5 words, Kamala Harris for the people. And it was about all the people. We need someone on this debate stage in November who has the ability to unify the country and to win the election. The issue really is not what is the fight. The issue has to be how we gonna win. Women are not paid equal for equal work in America. We passed the Equal Pay Act in 1963, but fast forward to the year of our Lord 2019, and women are paid 80 cents on the dollar, black women 61 cents, Native American women 58 cents, Latinas 53 cents. There's a whole collection of work that I am doing that is focused on women and working women in America and the inequities and therefore the injustice that women in America are facing that needs to be resolved. It is no longer the case in America that people are having children in their 20s. People are having children in their 30s, often in their 40s, which means that these families and parents are often raising young children and taking care of their parents, which...
No, guys. No. Someone said, Adam, that Trump post was fake. I just pulled up his Truth Social. That was real. That was real on Truth Social. Yes, this was real, guys. People are asking me if these are real posts from Trump on Truth Social. The image isn't real. Is this real? This cat image? I can't tell. Y'all, here we go. 7 minutes till the debate. Here's what's going on in this room. ABC told me that we could not. I emailed ABC. They said that we do not have the rights to live stream the debate. So if I stream the debate on screen in a similar way to this, if I'm streaming it like this, my channel will get struck. No one wants that to happen. So the workaround is going to be, I'm going to change to this camera. You guys can feel free to click off, watch any other debate that you want. If the numbers are going to drop, that's fine. Whoever wants to stay can stay. And the goal of that is you can either mute my tab and just type in the chat. It's fun to have a chat to kind of type in. I mean, during the Biden debate, we had about 400 people sitting in chat. Was anyone there with us in chat during the Biden debate? We were in chat typing, and everyone was kind of collectively freaking out. So it's fun to have a group with you. So yeah, decide what you want to do. You can go to ABC, you can chill, you can switch. But yeah, if you stay in the stream, we have a good chat to chill with. And yeah, it'll be good. I'll try to live fact check it as much as possible. I probably won't be talking too much because I'll be reacting, but if I'm talking over the debate, no one's going to want to have me up yapping. But then, here's what happens. If you guys switch off, the cool thing, the thing you can do is come back during commercial breaks. Someone said, I was here. Hell yeah. Nice to see you, Antonio. And William Casanova. Neen Castillo staying here. Hell yeah. 5 minutes out. Let's do this. Oh. Here's my worry, though. 1 second. One of my worries, to be honest, is that we don't get the zingers we're looking for. And that's just like a small worry. Of course, if everything goes according to plan, that's fine. But a lot of times before these debates, I have these moments in my head where Kamala Harris completely destroys Trump. But sometimes it might not happen like that. There might not be the zingers that we're looking for, if you guys know what I'm saying. Sometimes we overhype how much of a bloodbath it's going to be. But I hope it's kind of like this.
If you win in November...
I can't have any audio, no. The audio is the problem, actually.
Can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make
she'll get a few zingers for sure. I agree.
Childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing it.
4 minutes, y'all. I'm having repeats. I feel like we were just heading into that Biden debate, and we were all kind of like freaking out, like, yo, 4 or 5 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to largely be focused on the debate, probably taking notes, because if we're actually doing a debate after with some MAGA people, then I'm going to want to have notes on the debate, for sure. So yeah, it's going to be wild. Let me pull up some of my note stuff. You know what would be fun? If I'm watching the debate taking notes during it. That's what you guys can watch me do. Basically just like take notes while we're watching it. Whatever, let's just remove the predictions. Here we go. We're a few minutes out. Debate countdown is 2 minutes, 55 seconds. You guys know Trump and Kamala have never met before, and it's because Trump didn't show up to the peaceful transfer of power. But yeah, Trump and Kamala have never met. So it's going to be the first time they're on stage together. It's going to be interesting because Trump is kind of a little bit tall, and Kamala Harris is a little bit short. Not very short, but she's 5'4". So it's going to be interesting. I feel like Kamala's going to look short when she walks out, maybe. Expect for that. Should they shake hands? They should. Candidates used to. But they don't do that anymore, usually. She'll be surprised by the smell. No handshakes? Yeah, I doubt it. They haven't done handshakes for a few debates, but when I was watching the Obama-Romney debate, they 100% shook hands. 2 minutes, y'all. Okay, now I just had that little stomach drop moment. I just got a little bit nervous for 1 second, but not really. We're good. Here we are. Let's pull up the stream and see what's going on. Wow, a lot of people watching this stream.
Say her biggest challenge tonight is getting specific, but not too specific. She's got to tell the story of how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration. That word we keep using, change. How would she change things right now? Does she acknowledge to some extent that the economy is not where she wants it to be, and really lay out in more detail what she wants to see? Yes, she's going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a range of different issues. She'll accuse him of switching his opinion, particularly when it comes to the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. But again, she's got to walk that fine line.
Yeah, but she also has to answer for some changes in her own positions. Of course, she ran for president in 2020, and she came across and positioned herself as a much more progressive type of candidate. Now
1 minute. We have 1 minute exactly. Someone said Brian Tyler Cohen is streaming. He's only doing a pre-show, I believe. I believe he's turning off his live. Most people are. And I think the pre-show is the best way to do it. But we're going to stay here. Even if you guys have to dip, we're going to chill and chat. Someone said, take a deep breath. Oh, I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm chilling. I just said there was like one moment where I saw that there was like 2 minutes left and my stomach dropped for a second. Did you guys have that moment a second ago where you're like, oh God, we're actually here?
she's really moving to the middle here in a general election.
Crowded primary, right? Back in 2019, 2020, she has moved away from that on issues like now. So how does Vice President Harris address that?
30 seconds.
Let me briefly go there and talk about his physical performance. It's been noted by many that the former
Let's do this, y'all.
has tended to be more rambling, disjointed in many of his answers at a time that
I'm going to mute this now. You guys might want to pull up your stream.
The room where it's about
I'm
to
just going to
happen.
mute this. Little nervous, sure. I'm sweating.
Is broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National Constitution Center.
Oh, my heart's racing a little bit. Somebody said that David Pakman ended the stream. Is that true? David Pakman's not risking it this time? Someone said, how old are you? I'm 21. Interesting. Handshake. This is great. She's killing it. She's shaking her head. From insane asylums? He's going to pivot to immigration every time. She's about to cook. She's about to cook. Look at her face. This is great. Project 2025 name drop. She got him to say the words. Nobody's seen anything like it. This is... Woo! That was good. That was clean. I love her face. I love her face. Is he sleeping on stage? That's not how tariffs work. Not how tariffs work. That's not how tariffs work at all. Tariffs are meant to disincentivize American consumers from buying from a foreign country, and they do that by raising the cost of prices. She's gonna body him. Look at his face. Fact check true. Fact check true. Oh, what? Define it. Ask him to define it. Ask him to define it. She needs to press him on Marxism. The Marxist thing. The Marxist thing. No, he didn't. No. False. I want to see her bully him. Bully this guy. He needs to be bullied. Sorry, I'm getting worked up. This is great. Yes. It's so good. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. Yes. Yes. It's so easy. He won't look at her. He won't look at her. She should be able to respond. Can she respond to this? She needs to be able to respond. Name one legal scholar. Ask him to name one legal scholar. He won't answer. He seems unhinged. He won't look at her. He won't look at her. Look at him. Look at her. I mean, look at her. He needs to look at her. He's so grumpy. Look at him. She should say, why don't you look at me? Why don't you look at me? Say it. Fertilization. She should have just said that doesn't happen. Oh my god! Let's go! Yes! Sorry, I'm freaking hot here. He's mad. Look at his face. She's concerned. He did it! He did it! He said it! He's mad. Fact check. The people on television. Lord have mercy. You see, did it? This is great. He's holy fuck. But he hires the best people. He's unhinged. My bad. She knows how to trigger him, yeah. Trump looks pissed. She needs to press him. Like, ask him how does a jury... He's sleeping. He said that. He's talking. How does he get to respond? He's mad. Yep. This is so clean. That is such a clean answer. It's going great. It's going great. $100 million. He said it wrong. This is so fucking funny. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. Come on. Yep. Oh, not yet, but I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to say that. It's a lie. Back to... Come on. These are the talking points the dumbest people use. Yes or no? Come on. I want to hear Kamala's... Not true. Get him to concede. Get him to say the election was stolen. She needs to say, admit that you lost. Boom. I wish she would say, like, something about him lying about the election. She needs to talk about the big lie. The big lie. That's a little bit... He kind of said that. He kind of said that. The debate is on. We can't watch it on here. Yes. Yes. I love that question. He's really doing this. Thank you, Barbie. False. That's false. One second. I'm going to turn off my camera for 1 second. He's mad. That's so good. He's mad. Boom, boom, boom. 1 second. Let's take a look. This is amazing. I feel like you guys can hear me, right? I feel like that took a while to get to commercial break. Whoa. But y'all, this is an absolute bloodbath. This is absolutely amazing. This is genuinely a really good debate. Trump going on an unhinged rant. How are you guys feeling about this? Doubling down on the idea that the 2020 election was stolen, and then he gets called out on stage for it. Everyone's feeling great, doing great. I feel like it took a while to get to a commercial break. No. Wow. That was really good. VP Harris is pulling through perfectly. He does look like he's sleeping on stage. I hear my dad was downstairs, and I hear him like cheering at the Kamala parts because he's a Muslim, and Trump keeps saying like Kamala hates all Muslims. I don't know. He's freaking out because he's like, there's no way Trump is saying this stuff out loud. Like, it's just so unhinged. You guys are feeling good, feeling good. Trump is boring. Yeah, Trump looks like he's falling asleep, genuinely. He actually looks like he's falling asleep.
It's a
Think about it in the comment section below. If you made it this far in the... 1 second. Wow, wow, wow. She called him. Yeah, he is mad. This is absolutely insane. So, I took some notes on what was going on. Let me see. I don't have many things up in my notes. I kind of stopped because it was funny. So, when he called her a Marxist, that was priceless. Lord have mercy. And then, if you guys were in this, I was saying, all I want is for him to get asked, will you concede the 2020 election results? And then they asked that. They perfectly asked, will you concede the 2020 election results? And he said no. He says he has nothing to concede. Which that's like the perfect trap right there. He's been fact-checked multiple times. He said the cat thing. He actually said the cat thing. I did not, I was going to say it earlier as a joke, but I did not think that they would actually let him say the cat thing. Lord have mercy. My phone is blowing up. That is great. And then he tried to use her line, I'm talking, but Lord have mercy. The debate is done. Yeah, they needed to cut his mic. That was crazy. Let me pull some people on stream. Wait, is it over? Sorry, I didn't, it's just a break? Okay, my bad. I was trying to edit for the last, 30 seconds of that. 30 minutes left? Okay. Good, I don't want this to be over, because another one is not happening. Yep, 30 more minutes. My bad, I spaced out for the last 10 seconds there. That was great. Donald Trump is coming across as so unhinged. I don't understand how anybody can watch this and not see Donald Trump coming across as unhinged. He's lied about the cat thing. VP Harris, you know, the one moment where I think is clippable, just to be 100% honest, is when VP Harris is asked about abortion, and it's kind of just silent for like 3 seconds, and she didn't have to answer that, but I'm just saying I think that's one clippable moment if we're looking at it like that. Oh, we're back. We're back. One second. I'm listening. He can't look at her. Won't answer. It's going to be a normal answer from a normal person. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. He won't look at her. Thank you, T. Michael. Thank you, T. Leaf. Come on. $2 million people are watching on YouTube the live stream. He's mad. He's mad. What a flip-flop. Yep. I thought she was going to say Hannibal Lecter. He knows he lost. Look at that face he just made. He just made a crazy face. Let me find this. Why is there snot on his nose? One more commercial? Wow. Is it just me, or does he have snot dripping down his nose? Anyone else see the snot dripping down his nose? I wish I could both be president. I wish we didn't have to choose. No, I'm just playing. This is an absolute bloodbath. Holy. Let me pull this up. I think my favorite moment of the debate is when he starts screaming about immigrants eating cats, and then the moderator goes, that's not real. Where is this clip of him screaming about immigrants eating cats? They are eating your cats, or whatever he said. This is giving me such a rush. Yeah. This is wild. This is wildly good. Let's watch some clips from it. Or let's see what's gone viral from this debate. First of all, this photo right here is really funny of Trump mad. Someone said Trump's vagina neck is crazy tonight. Lord have mercy on my soul. Your face when they push back on the cat lie. When they don't let you just get away with the cat lie. Oh my god. Wait, you guys can hear me, right? Okay. Oh wait, you guys can't hear the screen. Okay, I get it. This is so funny.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Should I post this on my story? Lord have mercy.
And this is what's happening in Springfield. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's in Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
I'm posting this to all my Trumper friends that missed it are just like... And I like how, okay, so just recap on a few things. I like how he's calling her divisive throughout the entire debate, and then he also calls her a Marxist and says that she wants to blow up the Middle East.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people.
There's no way. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Onion, fact check. Trump, people don't leave my rallies. True, they're carried out in body bags. Holy, what in the hell? What the... That is a crazy tweet. Fact check. Trump, people don't leave my rallies. The Onion says they're carried out in body bags. What in the hell?
And it's in Springfield.
You're laughing. They're doing transgender operations on illegal aliens who are in prison, and you're laughing. No shot. This is hilarious. You're laughing. They're doing transgender operations on illegal aliens, and you're laughing. Do you have a plan? I have concepts of a plan. Yeah, if Biden answered a question like this, the entire media would be talking about it. Donald Trump at tonight's debate. Kamala has so far been able to make this debate a referendum on Trump. Ooh, Kinzinger, honestly, she's so good. She is so good. No shot. Wait, no shot. Oh, who will win the debates? Okay, wait, let's check the prediction markets. What have the prediction markets been saying throughout this debate? Have they been going up? Oh, Kamala Harris is actually like widening the gap in the prediction markets during this. This has to be reflected in the polls in a few weeks. Like, it has to be. This was such a good debate for Kamala. It was so good. You got Trump to just look so unhinged, and now it's being clipped up and going viral. Let me find this.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the...
They're eating the pets. Wait, is it back?
From Philadelphia, back at...
Nope, not back. This is wild.
Response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul...
Back. I hear you guys. I got you. Good looks. You guys are the best. He's so mad. He's so mad. He's slurring. He looks old. Russia? Wow. That was it. That was it. Let's go through and let's watch some of the best moments. We've got some good stuff to watch. Lord have mercy, was Trump mad during that. Lord have mercy. Let me fix the audio so that you guys can hear. Lord have mercy, that was great.
But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches.
He got stomped. Absolutely. That was great. Sharon, thank you for the donation. Thank you, Dia, for the donation. I just saw that now. Thank you so much. This debate has so much meme potential. Oh, yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
if you want to really...
Can I get the soundbite? I don't even have the soundbite where he says immigrants are eating our... Or no.
Bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the people.
This is so crazy. I've seen people on television, but the people on the TV.
People on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for.
But the people on the television said it.
President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light.
This had to have looked so unhinged to normal Americans, right? This had to have looked so unhinged. Let me bring in some people here. That had to have looked unhinged to Trump. I mean, sorry, that had to have looked unhinged to average Americans when he's yelling about this
Can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most
People don't
incredible
leave my
rallies in the
rallies.
history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions.
Oh my Lord, it is just so crazy. Let's go through Twitter. There are some really good memes on here. Everybody is freaking out about the debate. Let me see. Josiah said that face when you didn't win the debate. Pete Buttigieg, she's right. Trump lost manufacturing jobs. It's part of why the United Auto Workers are for Harris. That was an incredibly enjoyable experience, said John Favreau. I'm going to be rewatching that debate. Claudia Conway, Miss Kamala Harris, you've done yourself, truly outdone yourself tonight. Debate summed up. Yep, true. Donald Trump has not answered a single question. Very, very true. Apparently there was a 40-point difference in, so David Plouffe was running polls, and there was a 40-point difference in responses on how they answered the abortion question. There was a 40-point difference in people saying that Kamala Harris gave a better answer on the abortion question. She's right. Crime went down after Donald Trump was defeated. You stupid MFers just got Trump to repeat your lie about the pets. Congrats on setting the news story tomorrow by lying so Trump picks it up. And that is so true. That is so true. So these Trump supporters online who have been making up these lies about the cat thing, they basically got Donald Trump to say that on stage and embarrass himself. They single-handedly created a moment, a news cycle, where Donald Trump is going to look like an absolute idiot. So true. Can I find that clip one more time? Where is that clip? It's one of the funniest clips. This person on Twitter, Trump, the illegals are eating cats and dogs. Moderator, no, they're not. They're literally not. Where did that clip go? I really want to see that clip one more time.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan.
After 10 years. He's been in politics for 10 years.
I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black." I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is.
He did. He absolutely did. And he does it again.
I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words.
I love her reaction.
I don't know. I mean, all I
I
can
don't know. He's just such a, there's no shot this guy is
your
real.
words. So I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and
I love her face. I love her
I'll say
face.
that.
That's some good stuff. I don't have a plan. I have concepts. One thing I like about Kamala Harris is how she's very visibly alive. And they're always saying the moderators are biased. Someone said, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the last time we see Donald Trump in a debate.
President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask
Let me skip
and
ahead.
what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes...
He said put out? In which clip?
president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say,
but the people on television said it. Has anyone ever won a debate by shouting, they're eating the dogs?
Former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Yep.
Well, first of all, it's important to remind...
With 3 words, the VP has summed up why independents and many Republicans are voting for her this time. End the chaos. Great. Leaving your first debate after Kamala Harris, good one. That's a pretty good one. Good memes. Yeah, this debate is very, very memeable. Concepts of a plan. Great band from the 90s, said Ben Stiller. They're all saying, it's great to have 3 Democrats debating Trump tonight. Come on. Tonight at 10, old man yells at crowd.
For Ronald Reagan in 1984.
JP Mandela's on? Where at ABC? It's kind of crazy that I can basically just watch the debate after, or watch ABC after it's done.
Deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for
is he joking?
How she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on a record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple.
This guy.
And Kamala Harris and apparently the media.
I can't hear any more MAGA lies. This is so insane to me. Lord have mercy. Okay, let's keep going down this Twitter feed. This is funny. Noah is joining any minute. Donald Trump sounds like he's reading answers off ChatGPT too. What did I just click on? Why did Olivia Giuliana just post this? Family group chat is handling the debate very normally. Oh, it's her family group chat.
Win this war.
I want the war to stop.
Refuses to answer.
To win.
Her face, she's about to lay into him. I knew that. When I saw this, I absolutely knew. But yeah, as far as substance, I mean, I really liked how they called Donald Trump out on the tariff lie. So right when it started, they were saying, Trump, tariffs will only increase costs for middle-class Americans. I mean, necessarily, when you tariff other countries, you're trying to disincentivize those countries from doing bad things, so you're trying to make prices more expensive for Americans so they buy less from those countries. So necessarily, tariffs make everything more expensive.
To distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris.
Also, the fact that Donald Trump, my mom just pointed this out, the fact that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have never even talked about abortion together. What kind of leader finds a VP and then never talks about abortion with them? Because Donald Trump did say he never. And then look at the poll, or not the polls, the betting markets have widened the gap. Look at this happened ever since the debate. It was steady, 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 boom. Harris gains a few points, Trump loses 5 points. Yeah, J.D. Vance is not helping at all. Also, yeah, the fact that J.D. Vance, it's just insane to me, the fact that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. Trump claimed that interesting though. These voting markets are great. Or the results of the voting markets are great. Hard to imagine that going worse for Donald Trump or better for Kamala Harris. A meme was born. Oh, it's so good. Kamala's got a gun. Good one. I don't like this new AI trend. It's just too much.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams.
You were fired by 81 million people. Amazing, amazing line. That was wild. We've been live for 5 hours
The
straight.
hopes,
Hell yeah.
the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families.
Yo. People in chat are saying, okay, I agree, Kat says, I will remember this day. America was saved from Donnie dumpster fire. For sure, Kamala won the debate, but the election isn't over yet. We still have 50 days, and it's still a coin flip in most swing states. I mean, Trump has been campaigning for 8 or 9 years, maybe 10 years. Kamala Harris has been campaigning for 90 days. So even though Trump did get utterly destroyed, like you said, Comment in chat, the election still isn't over. We still have a lot of fighting to do. We got to vote. Go to vote.org. Make sure you're registered. Newsmax played commercials over portions of Kamala's answers. No shot. They don't want her to. That's just insane. Transgender operations on illegal aliens in prison. You know, I was going to vote for VP Harris till I heard about the trans operations on. I don't even know. Apparently there was a poll after. Oh, Tim Walls tweeted, Kamala Harris is used to taking on predators, fraudsters, and corporate stooges. Come to think of it, tonight's debate is no different. Did he just come up with that on the spot? No, that's like their whole line, it's a really good line. Donald Trump was fired by 81. People are freaking out. This is the most brutal beatdown I've ever seen in a presidential debate. Yeah, this is brutal. Why does this tweet keep popping up in my feed? Trump's neck vagina is crazy tonight.
For middle-class families.
This tweet has popped up in my feed 3 times. When they push back on the cat thing. Okay, well now we're just looping. Let's refresh. This is actually pretty much what it was like, yeah. I'm saving that. Holy, that was wild. Well, y'all, we've been live for 5 hours exactly, so I think I'm gonna hop off. We've been going. So I love y'all. Thank you to everyone who stayed here while we were just chilling during the debate. That was great. We're gonna do a debate tomorrow. I'm setting up a debate panel tomorrow with a bunch of Gen Zers, and maybe I'll get Noah, me and Noah, and maybe Jack versus Alex Stone, Barron Trump's friend Bo Ludin, and then Hannah Faulkner, who I debated in the past. So tomorrow we will most likely be doing a huge debate panel, really cool debate panel where we go over, watch these clips, and debate what they were talking about. So that would be fun. Bo Ludin is Barron Trump's friend. Alex Stone is Roger Stone's nephew. So it's going to be great. Sorry to end the stream after the debate just ended, but we've been going for 5 hours. So I'm going to go chill, talk to my parents, because, yeah. Peace out, guys.